I hate to be really prescriptive in the emails, but what we want is for each ESCO or each party to have one representative at the table. I'd really just appreciate cooperation with that because, you know, we really need one spokesman. We want to be able to hear from as many parties as possible. So to the extent that there's some empty seats, somebody feel free to come up and take those seats if you're not already represented at the table. Except that seat, because that is one of the presenters.
So where the other two?
Yeah, over there.
So there are no empty seats. When I'm done, I can rotate out.
So it's 10:30, and we've got a lot to cover, so we're going to get started. And we're going to ask first, Matt White from IGS is going to make the first presentation for the day.
Sure, yeah. Should I stay here, or should I go up to the podium?
You can stay there.
Okay. Okay. So I'll have
Wait, Matt, just 1 minute before we start. Announcement about the possibility of
You do it. You're running the whole thing. Do it.
All right, I just wanted to just point out to everybody that, you know, there is a possibility that the meeting is being recorded, so just, if you don't want to, was something you say to live in perpetuity, then please don't say it. And, oh, I'm too close? How does that ever happen? Thank you. Is this good? Okay. So, I'm sorry about that. So, with regard to, you know, the meeting being recorded, just be careful what you say. And I think we're just going to get started. So, Matt.
Thank you. And I'll have, if you can just click whenever I say click, and then I'll go through the slides. So thank you for having me present, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to give some constructive ideas today. Just as an introduction, I'm Matt White. I'm General Counsel for IGS Energy, and IGS is a ESCO. We're in multiple states. We serve customers and gas and electric customers in New York, and we're based out of Dublin, Ohio, which is a suburb of Columbus, Ohio. In case anybody was wondering what my my sports affiliation was, go Buckeyes. Just as a preliminary matter, I just want to, before we go into what I'm talking about, I want to, and I'm going to talk a little bit about consumer protection. If you can go to the next slide. First topic about consumer protection, some suggested consumer protections, and also then go into benchmarking. And then talk a little bit about value-added products and services. If you can go to the next slide. As a preliminary matter, some of these consumer protection that I'm proposing, or the ideas that I have, they're focused on consumer protection and not regulation of price or ESCO products and services. So these would be put in place to ensure that ESCOs have full disclosure and knowledge about the products and services that they receive. Customers, to ensure the Commission has the ability to enforce the consumer protection rules, but we wouldn't be looking at these in addition to, you know, regulation of the ESCO pricing or regulation of the products that ESCOs may offer in the market. If you want to go to the next bullet point. So just to talk about some ESCO certification and enforcement, IGS would support a minimum financial assurances that all ESCOs must post to enroll or to serve customers in the market. And we believe that we also, you know, once the minimum is posted, we should tie that to, increase the financial assurances to customer load or customer account, so that, you know, it's a reflection that every ESCO has a stake in the market. So if you're going to serve customers, you have to have a minimum financial assurances. But as you get bigger, there's also likely you're going to take more resources. So and there's more risk. So that we think that if we're for a financial assurance, whether that's a security bond or other kind of collateral, it should be scaled up based on size of the ESCO, and there should be metrics to determine that. Next point. So we think there should be a means to empower the commission to fine and penalize ESCOs for violating the UBP and suspend or revoke licenses if necessary. It's consistent with what's done in some other states, namely Pennsylvania, where in Texas, where the commission is empowered to start levying penalties with due process, of course, so that every ESCO, if there's any allegations, they have an opportunity to refute the allegations. But we think that's a sign of a healthy market. The next bullet point. Strengthen certification requirements so that you really, certification is not just a rubber stamp. It's looking into whether the ESCO actually has financial, technical, managerial expertise to be an ESCO, has experience in other markets, and has experience to serve customers. We think that's important. Next point. And then, and this is just a thought, you need to give the commission the tools that they need to effectuate enforcement. So a $20,000 lump sum assessment on all ESCOs to pay for compliance and enforcement. That is for the commission, and that would go to the commission to hire the personnel and that they need. That's similar to what's done in Ohio and Pennsylvania and some others, Maryland, that has kind of an assessment. Next. And some more additional consumer protection ideas. So we would propose, given the commission's sensitivity to the payment assistance to customers, that there would be a moratorium on low income enrollments. So, for instance, in Ohio, they have a moratorium. So if a customer tries to enroll that's on a payment assistance program, that enrollment, the utility automatically kicks back that enrollment. So that's one of the consumer protection ideas that could be put in place. Go ahead. The next slide. Also increased door-to-door and in-person solicitation standards. So, for instance, you have a licensing requirement for all agents that are selling in person that are to residential customers, whether that's door-to-door or in-person solicitation. That would require each agent, so that the commission can track the agent and know that going from company A to company B, there's always they have to get a license if they want to sell, and that would be on the individual agent's level basis. So that's one of our proposals for door-to-door. If you want to go to the next, we think it may make sense to have increased notices when the customer term expires, and or if you reach a threshold, like I believe in Pennsylvania they have a 30% threshold. If you're variable price, if you're on a variable price program, in Pennsylvania, if the price increases above 30% from the previous month, then you have to have a notice that gives more transparency to the customer, so that they know what price they're on, and also increased notices, when the customer's term expires, that's on a fixed and is getting ready to roll over to a variable product. Go ahead. And just something else to increase, another idea to increase the price transparency in the price transparency that's being charged in the market. The ESCOs must publicly post monthly their highest variable price being charged to customers. So that they have to post that, update it monthly on the commission website, so that anybody that's on a variable price, that it has to be known to the public. And I think there's one more, maybe. And this obviously would be in exchange for not having price and product regulation. We think there's a very clear distinction between consumer protection and price and product regulation. So we would enhance consumer protection, but we certainly wouldn't support telling an ESCO, hey, you can't charge this price in the market. We think it's very important that customers have disclosures. They know the price and the product they're on, but there's not regulation pricing. Next slide.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Just on that point, is it your position that if an ESCO was able to charge 10 times, 20 times an average rate, and a particular customer maybe notice was provided the customer that an ESCO should be able to charge anything that somebody will sign up for, that the commission has no role in assuring the prudency of pricing?
So if you look at other competitive markets, whether that's insurance or any other product or service, that is essentially the case. The reality is that customers don't get charged 10 to 20 times the price in other competitive markets.
I was staying away from the number 8 times, which is factually part of this case.
Sure. Yeah. So we think that if you put the appropriate disclosure and education in place, and you ensure that the customer is noticed of the price, the commission has the ability to enforce the rules. They're empowered to go after somebody, that you won't see instances when there's 20, 30 times the price of most prices in the market.
I'll even stay at 8 to 10. And the other question I have for right now is, would it be fair for me to interpret your presentation just now on low-income customers to say the way we protect them is to exclude them from the market?
So we would propose a moratorium on enrollments.
Moratorium until when? What would be the condition that would be lifted?
I would say we revisit that in 2 years.
Why? What would happen in 2 years?
We would have the more analysis as to whether the enhanced consumer protections are working. The market, we'll be able to see if the market's developing.
It feels very uncomfortable for me. I'll just leave it at that.
Sure.
It feels like the way we protect low-income customers is we just exclude them from this competitive marketplace.
I agree, and to be frank, we're not, as a matter of principle, that's not something we normally propose. We're proposing this because New York is in a unique circumstance. We see it's done in other markets, like in Ohio, where it is there is a restriction on shopping for and it's, to be clear, it's income assistance customers. It's not like you're not saying if you have a income, it's all customers on an income assistance program. But again, it's an extraordinary proposal because, again, we feel like this is extraordinary circumstances currently.
Okay, thank you.
But we have the same reservations too. So.
I just have a quick question. I missed the beginning. What are the rules of engagement?
So we're actually going to do the presentations back to back. So generally, I can't control Scott, but
I'll try and
generally we're going to hold questions until after lunch
Okay.
when we start talking about specific topics.
Okay. Including, so you want, like, there's...
In other words,
started having it
in
back
other words,
and-
Chris, I will withhold my comments until after lunch.
And I'll withhold my comments on your comments.
Thank you, Chris.
And also these are IGS. These are opinions of IGS and IGS only. We don't speak for the rest of the market. Also, these are ideas and suggestions to help try to be constructive. We're not, we certainly may not propose these in other states or other markets or agree with them. But given that that we are in extraordinary circumstances, we're throwing out some proposals that we normally may not always propose. So, okay. So those are just some consumer protection ideas that we had came up with internally that we think would increase the transparency. And I'll go a little more into benchmarking too, discusses a little bit more about price transparency as well. But to kick off that discussion, we just want to say that traditionally the benchmark price is the price to compare, the utility price, basically. It's called the price to compare. I actually don't even think that's the appropriate name, but what it is the utility price. And it's viewed as the price that all products must compete against in the market. Particularly in New York, it's a difficult price to compete against because it's not the most transparent. it varies based on zone. It vary in a lot, particularly on the electric side. It varies based on customer consumption. It's trued up, after the fact. There's so it's a difficult proxy. So we think now simply switching to the way other markets do or create a utility prices is not the solution. That doesn't solve all the problems, but I think it's worthy to discuss maybe some things that other markets do that might make at least the PTC or the utility price a little more transparent in New York. So if you want to go on to the next slide. So in Ohio, and just to discuss briefly kind of what we have in Ohio, if you want to click on the next bullet point. So the PTC is and it's done utility by utility. I would not recommend this for New York. It's just the regulatory nature that we have in Ohio. But basically the way it's transforming is that most of the utilities are very similar the way they set their price to compare. They auction off their utility default service load based on wholesale auctions. They have their laddered auctions, so you might have a series of 1 year, 2 year, and 3 years. Most utilities have laddered auctions so that they blend that into the price. After the auction occurs, that information is made publicly available, so that ESCOs know in advance, or can at least calculate in advance what the PTC is going to be. Most of the utilities in Ohio have a seasonal rate, so it varies from season to season, but that's known in advance. So it varies from summer to winter, but that's known in advance. So it enables at least a little more transparency on the utility price. If you want to go to the next one. And it's very similar. That's similar to the way that it's done in Pennsylvania. They're the series of auctions. They're blended from the price is blended. It's some of it's based on spot market purchases. Some of it's based on 1 year, 2 year prices, and it varies per customer class. But the two important components is that the utility price is generated via a competitive process, and number two is that the price is known in advance, so we're able to know what the utility price will be before we're offering products to customers. And go ahead to the next one. And it's similar. It's a similar process in Maryland. So okay. For some reason my captions are not showing up on these slides, but this slide's supposed to talking about utility price benchmarking. Okay. Seems like I think we're out of my slides are out of whack here. Can you go forward? Okay, so I'm skipping. Somehow, when we sent the slides presentation, the slides got out of order. Here's what. I'll just go ahead and go on my own presentation rather than go on the presentation up there. So, generally speaking, though, we don't think that the utility price is the appropriate benchmark price for all products that they must compete against, and we certainly don't think the utility price should be used as a price which all customers or all products must be offered below. There's a number of different reasons. It's not the most transparent price, as I explained before. It's complicated. So even if we knew in advance, you're still going to have multiple zones for a different PTC. You're going to have a PTC based on a separate customer's energy consumption. So it's a very difficult process to go back and after the fact calculate, or before the fact calculate what an individual customer's PTC is going to be. It's not always market based. Like I said, it contains true ups, and it's reconciled after the fact, so that oftentimes you'll see over under recoveries in the price, which is not reflective of the market price. And then in our view, it's a subsidized price where a lot of the costs to support the default service or the utility default service are recovered through distribution rates. So to the extent that, that to provide a retail product in the market to customers.
So I'm going to break my own rule. Why do you think that? Because I think Mike Torgo's here, but I think we've been very careful in setting rates so that commodity rates aren't included in the distribution rates.
So I think you're looking at just the commodity only, right? So there's a lot of lot of other things that go into providing a retail product in the market and making that available to customers beyond the commodity, including customer service, overhead, and all the other accounting and utility work that goes in behind the scenes that all other suppliers have, and it's required for the default service, but it's all covered through distribution rates. And just as an example, support of the call center, so to offer a retail product in the market, you have to have a call center. And obviously the distribution or the commodity the default service customers also are reliant on a call center from the utility. But in the pricing that ESCOs offer, that's a component of the pricing, is those non-commodity costs, whether it's communication to customers, behind the scenes EDI transactions. The utility default service is leveraging the distribution assets to provide those services.
Actually, those services are located in the utility.
Sorry.
Those call center services are split between deliver and supply. They're actually located in the merchant function charge, which is part of the utility supply rate, which then the customer voids when they take service from an ESCO.
Okay. So, and I'm not as familiar with what exactly goes into the merchant function charge, but generally speaking, there still are a lot of additional costs that are used to support the default rate in the distribution rates. But I'm not as aware of what the components are of the merchant function charge.
Yeah, I would disagree with you.
Okay. Like I said, it's our view. And I understand that is it's not always agreed to that that's the case, but that's just our view. But that's why we think there's, and that's why we think it is not always the most appropriate price to benchmark ESCO products and services, because the reality is it's a wholesale price. A retail price contains a lot more cost than just the wholesale cost. So we should really be looking at retail prices in the market rather than just the wholesale commodity prices to kind of have a proxy for prices. If you can go ahead and this is where I talk about a market-based benchmark, and this would be kind of a different way to benchmark pricing rather than using the utility PTC or the utility rate. So it should be based on all products in the market, including the default rate, recognizing, though, the default rate is only one product. There's multiple other products and services available in the market. So this is based on kind of what is done in the mortgage industry. And I did a little research about how they come up with the average mortgage rate. Basically, it's my understanding is that if I think it's Fannie Mae or Freddie, one of those two entities, requires that the mortgage companies that are offering products provide their pricing or their mortgage rates for their most common products and services. So 30-year fixed, 15-year fixed. I would propose that the commission do something similar for ESCO pricing, so that each month ESCO is offering a variable price in the market. They need to provide that and say this is the price that we're enrolling customers at in the market. If we have a 1 year or 2 year fixed product, this is the price that we're enrolling customers at on a 1 year and 2 year fixed, and the commission gets that price, or that pricing information is provided to the commission by the ESCOs, and the commission can create a benchmark of the average price for each the average price that's available in the market. So each month the commission publishes, this is the average 1-year fixed price, this is the average 2-year fixed price, this is the average variable price, and that's, like I said, that's similar to what we see in the mortgage company, and that helps create the price transparency, so that and I think that's why you don't see in the mortgage industry the 8 times interest rates, and I don't want to get into the mortgage industry.
No, I was going to suggest that you probably could come up with a better example.
Yeah, I understand there's something wrong. I mean, there's issues in that industry too, but the reality is that it's more of a competitive, as far as there's no specific price regulation on that particular industry. But we would propose that we have a basically the average price is kind of like the price proxy or the price comparison. And I think that helps to add transparency in the market. If you can go ahead and click on the next one. Next one. Okay. And what to use these benchmarks for. Go ahead and click on one more. We think that it should be utilized for price comparison purposes, rating ESCOs in the market, so that if there's the commission has a rating of the ability to say, hey, this ESCO is clearly always offering way above the average price. That's something that would be transparent, in educating customers about what's the appropriate price to pay in the market. Go ahead and next one. We don't believe it should be used as a proxy to regulate pricing. So we don't believe it should be used as the ability to just say, you can't charge above or below. Go ahead and do the next. Okay. So, and again, my captions aren't showing up on this slide presentation, but this one is value. Just to move on to the value-added products and services. Next slide. Customers should determine what provides value. Next slide. Or I'm sorry, go back. And then we think that there should be changes and flexibility. There should be flexibility to introduce new products into the market. All right. For some reason, my slides are out of order. Can you go back? Go ahead and go back one more. Can you click forward? Okay, click past this one. Go ahead, next. All right, next one. Okay, next one. Go ahead and click next one.
Matt, why don't you just read your slide?
Okay, I'm just going to start reading through my slides. Sorry. Okay, yeah, there's something wrong with the way they're showing up. But that's the general principle of what value-added products and services, we view as value-added products and services. It should be the customer that determines what provides value, and also there should be some flexibility as to what products and services are introduced in the market, because at the end of the day, I don't think anybody in this room can tell you what the customer is going to value, even in the future. As many as smart people as we have, no one could have told you that customers were going to value data or on the cell phone service or text messaging or a lot of these other products and services until they were introduced into the market, until the market had the opportunity to make them available to customers. So, but just as a general kind of just going over, we do think that that if there is a list of value-added products and services, and again, we're not saying that we agree that there should be a list of only value-added products and services that ESCOs can offer to customers, but it should be expansive. And I just want to talk briefly about some of those value-added products and services. We do think that fixed products, for at least at a minimum for 2 years, should be considered a value-added product or service. There is definitely some value in having certainty in pricing. So that's important. You know, there's a lot of other bundled products, home warranty, and HVAC and utility line protection that basically they're a product that's coupled with those type of products and services. Renewable energy we certainly think is important and adds value to the customer. Smart thermostats and other kind of energy efficiency related products and services I think are very important and you know are the type of products that are being offered in the market. We also think a flat bill product, so a product that basically says your commodity price will be X for the month, regardless of you know the consumption or anything like that. That adds value to customers, similar to what you know say you have in the cell phone business where you know you just have your monthly bill is going to be this. You can use as much as you want. Some customers see value in that product. And then energy efficiency and demand response. So I think certainly those are products that are starting to be offered in the market that I think should be within the definition of value added products and services. We do think that there should, and I think this goes along with the REV and in the vision of the REV, but we think there should be a market structure to promote the value-added services. So again, going back to we don't think there necessarily should be a predetermined list, but the ESCOs should be able to say introduce products to customers and let the market figure out whether that actually adds value or doesn't add value, or whether customers are interested in enrolling in that product or not. I think there should be definitely some changes to the current billing programs to facilitate the offering of value-added products and services. So to the extent that ESCOs are going to be encouraged to offer value-added, and you know if it turns out that we're required to offer value-added services, we certainly need to be able to bill for those products and services. So allowing those products and services to be billed on the utility bill or having some kind of supplier consolidated billing will be extremely important if that's going to be a component of the New York markets in the future is enabling billing functionality, because it'd be difficult to say you have to offer value-added products and services with your commodity and not have the ability to bill for that, or make the billing kind of very inconvenient for the customer. And then just going back to shifting the focus away from the utility price as the metric to determine whether customers are receiving value, and kind of focus on the specific products and services as a metric, I think is important when we talk about because the reality is if you're going to add a value-added product and service, it's not going to be priced at the utility price, because the utility price is a bare bones wholesale commodity price. And if you're going to add a smart thermostat, or you're going to add fixed contract, or you're going to add other products and services, it's like I said, it's like saying your cell phone service, and you go and say everybody's cell phone is just calling only, and you can't, and then you compare another service that includes text and data and some of these other products and services. So when you're having a value added service being held to the utility price proxy, when you're providing a customer with a product that has additional services beyond the commodity, it's important not to have that utility price proxy there. So those are the only that's all my presentation for today. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
We're going to hold questions until this afternoon, so make sure you keep track of your questions.
Okay.
Michael Meath. I don't know how it works, so I don't know if.
Would you like a?
Got my half hour. Yeah. I know. It's all these. Yeah.
Well, and I'm going to go off to the podium. If that's okay.
It's fine with me.
That'd be great.
It's not picking it. Oh, wait a minute. Turn it on. Yep, got it. We can go. Can you put it in the show mode, please? You can go right down to the very bottom on the right, just next to the, nope, over a little bit, right there. No problem. Thanks. Good morning, everybody. My name's Michael Meath, and I am representative of the New York State Energy Marketers Coalition. I know most of you in the room. I'd like to change it up just a little bit. Over the last 5 weeks, we certainly all have been very, very busy. And I have found myself more than once looking back at even Order 98M1343, which was 18 years ago, about 4 years after I started to get involved in this industry. So as the old guy in the room, I am going to suggest that there's maybe another way to look at some of this. I'm going to leave it to the others, and I know there's plenty of other activity to look at the legal aspects and the public service law applications, as well as other things that might apply. But I'd like to instead suggest that we consider something that my father used to tell me. My father was an architect and an engineer, and he used to say, pour the concrete where the people walk. He used to build college campuses, and the last thing they would do is put the quad in, because they'd wait for 2 or 3 semesters to go by until they saw where everybody walked, and then they'd pour the concrete there. And as long as we're talking about college campuses, as a 10-year professor at Syracuse University, I cannot stand up in front of all of you without saying how proud we are of 2 teams, both women and men, getting to the Final Four. Commercial over. What I'm going to talk to you about for just the next few minutes, and I won't take 30 minutes, is the opinion of the coalition of ESCOs that we represent, and not any individual coalition. So again, this afternoon, hope to get into engagement on some of the questions. What I'd like to do is suggest to you that there's a systems approach to this. And although I'm only going to focus on 2 things, and even after kind of following up on Matt's presentation, I would love the chance to dig into the market structure in the next generation offers. I'd love to, but I'm not going to do that because I didn't ask to do that originally. I'm going to stick to 2 of these, which is ESCO certification and then lastly, enforcement. However, before I do that, I want to emphasize very, very strongly how critical it is that we think about this as a system, that we consider the fact that all of these things have to operate together. And so even with the things I'm going to suggest to you today, if we did those, but we didn't do all the other things, we wouldn't have market success. We'd have failure. I'd suggest to you that we're sort of on track for market failure right now. But as promised, I'm going to focus on just 2 of these, and that's certification and enforcement. Now, I'm calling it certification because I'd love to call it licensing, but I know that we can't today call it licensing in New York. And I know that there are some legal reasons why, which again, I'm going to leave to the really smart people in the room to tell us why that won't work. However, I would suggest to you that if you look state to state to state to state, and our company has done licensing or certification or eligibility in not only this state, but about 15 others, that there are a lot of things we could do that we're not doing that could change the landscape and really change the result of those 220 or 30 ESCOs that we've got right now. And we might start with an initial or renewal fee. Matt threw out a number that was a bigger number than I actually threw out in my comments, but would suggest to you that even that number would be fine. And that number would do a couple things. I myself have been part of being asked by ESCOs, 2 guys in a basement office in Long Island, who thought it'd be a cool idea to start an ESCO, knew nothing about the industry. And yet it wouldn't cost them that much to do it, except what they might pay someone like me to help them put a license in order, an eligibility requirement, a RAF, R-A-A-F. In other states, it's not that way. So if we could make the hurdle, and I'm not going to use the word barrier to entry because that's an antitrust issue. I'm not going to say that. But if we could make the hurdle a little bit higher, it could be better for the industry overall. Secondly, a fee would result in two guys sitting in a basement in Long Island to think a little bit harder about whether they wanted to even put $2,500 of their own money, let alone $20,000 of their own money, up to get going. I'll come back to the fees later because I think there's a value as well, however it would find its way back to the commission. Because the one thing, whether we're going to talk about this very beginning set of systems of certification, or if I was going to talk to you about next generation offers or the market structure, consumer education, or enforcement, what is absolutely clear to me is that the staffing of the commission is woefully low, and there's a lot of eligibility for retirement. Got to figure that one out, because if we don't figure that one out, we'll also have market failure. Financial assurance is something that's been talked about for last week on the 15th. We talked about that for a bit. I'm not going to rehash that except to say that financial assurance needs to allow for the fact that an ESCO says that they will do something, that they in fact will follow through on it. Financial assurance or bonding or whatever you want to call it, as Chris described to us a week ago on the 15th, the area of bonding is usually for a very specific act. In this case, financial assurance, whether it's a guarantee, a letter of credit, or a bond, needs to make sure that it is assuring that what the ESCO says they'll do, they'll do. So if the ESCO says that they'll guarantee a price, then they guarantee a price. That if an ESCO says that they will beat the utility price, that they'll beat the utility price. But I'd like to take that right off the table because that's artificial and that's not a marketplace. Regardless, financial assurance is important, and we need to look at it a little differently in this state if we're not going to have market failure. Sales agent background checks is exactly that. Anyone who does not reside full-time at the place of business where an ESCO is should go through some kind of background check. Now, that's not a very popular thing to say, but having been somebody who managed telemarketing rooms, contractors who worked for us, who spent a lot of nights getting gray hair when we were looking at things like door-to-door, I can tell you that background checks are necessary. So whether we're going to license or register representatives, and we had a whole proceeding around that we spent hours and hours or hours around this table talking about years ago, but we've never really done anything with it, and I think the time is now. And then lastly, sales agent training. Chapter 10 in the UBP requires very specific things that we as ESCOs do. And we are required to submit to you a plan that says, here's how we're going to train our ESCOs, our representatives. But yet nowhere do we currently have any kind of a proficiency check on that. So why not put in place a test? Why not create, in fact, a simple statewide test that every sales agent has to pass, and that every ESCO has to attest that that person who signed that sheet, and we'll submit those names to you, has in fact completed that test, that proficiency. It would still enable ESCOs to have their own proprietary methods, and some of them are pretty creative. And by creative, I don't mean skirting UBP. I mean maybe even exceeding the UBP requirements to make sure that quality assurance is provided. But allow them the chance to do that in a way that then attests to you that each and every sales agent has in fact received some training. So certification is one of those areas. As I said, I'm going to skip over the other three for right now, but I would say that if we don't do all five of these, we are all wasting our time. And I'm at the end of my career, so I don't have a lot. I'm not trying to create a meal ticket for the next few years for myself. I'm trying to see that we have a market that's sustainable. So let's look at enforcement for a minute. And yes, I do have the word zero tolerance there, and that caused me to get a lot of phone calls in the last 10 days. What I mean by zero tolerance is the same kind of zero tolerance that my daughter has in her 7th grade inner city school in Baltimore. The same zero tolerance that I would have in terms of how we treat each other. This idea of zero tolerance that we better have, that we're not accepting anything other than zero tolerance. However, as I've said on the phone over the last 10 days to many of you, that zero tolerance has to allow for due process. And in fairness, this commission staff has always allowed for that due process. But we need to set the bar high. In order to enable them to handle the workload, if we could assess fees from both new ESCOs and returning ESCOs every year, we could fund a little bit better than we could now. Just imagine what even $2,500 per ESCO over the course of a year would provide in funding. And then stiffer penalties for UBP infractions. Again, zero tolerance, but with due process. I think we have to, and I certainly myself have been involved with many, many complaints behind the scenes. Staff never sees me. I'm always the guy in the back of the room helping to advise an ESCO who's going through a difficult time when they have potentially crossed over the line. And probably half the time or 3/4 of the time they haven't crossed over the line. There's been confusion, and those are those initial complaints that find their way to staff. But we need to set the bar high, and we need to have stiffer penalties for when there is, in fact, UBP infraction. And take care of the bad actors, because I won't publicly state a number, but I've thrown around a number with some of you, and I've spoken to you of the 220 or 30 ESCOs that are there. Probably they all shouldn't be there. And if we had stricter enforcement, then I think the market could take care of itself. Now, with those two things, with certification and enforcement, I've skipped over the beginnings of a discussion about price to compare. And believe me, I was chomping at the bit over there, as I know Chris was. We need to talk through that, because that is the elephant in the room, Scott. It is the elephant in the room. Everything else is window dressing.
Everybody should get a good lunch.
However, I would say to you that once again, if we don't take a systems approach to this, and it's not all 5 areas, you are wasting your time. And everybody should just pick up their marbles and go home. In our comments that were filed on the 17th, we detailed out just a little more, not much more, of all of the 5 areas, and decided that after 20 plus years, I could have just gone back and pulled out a set of comments from 1999, 2002, 2007, 2009, 2011, but I just couldn't do that. I did not have the intestinal fortitude to do that. So what I said is, let's pull together this systems approach at a high level. I think the blueprint is there. We may not all agree on all of the steps, and I am not the smartest guy in the room to talk about all the detail on all of them. But I do believe that that's the answer. Thanks.
Ron, do you want to go next? Do you want to sit at you want to do it from there?
I mean, is it okay? We're not on
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not too good with the clicking, but my name is Ron Lucas. I work for Great Eastern Energy in ESCO in New York City. My background, I've been in the industry a number of years. I can't help. I started my career with the New York State Public Service Commission way back, and I was vice president of supply and rates for National Keysman for 28 years, and now I'm an independent consultant. So I'll talk a little. I'm probably, based on my background, going to take a little bit more of a technical approach to some of these issues that were discussed. I heard what Nat said and Michael. And I'm just going to try to delve into some of the technical stuff. I'll talk a little bit about the merchant function charge, because I was probably the witness that testified to it in the Keyspan case, and we'll get through it in an orderly fashion. So, first on the outline, I guess should I click? Is it better?
He has the.
Oh, they put yours, okay. And I'm gonna try, I'll try not, I guess we're all kind of a little redundant here, but we'll just be repetitive. And I know that Tara's gonna come on last, I guess, and a little bit, she'll emphasize different points. And, I don't think Alice has like the bullet by bullet line like Matt has. Okay. All right, so we're going to move to page 2. I'm just briefly going to go over the outline. We're going to talk about fixed commodity products. I want to talk about the value to the customer, the risk to the ESCO. I want to go through some specifics on that. I have some ideas on benchmarking. I think what was discussed already were good ideas. And I'm really not going to talk much about the role of green, but I had to have it in there. On page 3, I'd like to do a little bit of a dive into the energy-related value-added services and talk about efficiency standards and give a couple final thoughts. So let's go to page 4, where we talk about the fixed-price commodity products. Now, at Great Eastern, over 95% of our gas customers and 75% of our, it's actually the other way around, this is wrong, 75% of our gas and 95% of our electric customers opt for fixed price versus variable. So this is something the customers want. I think it's been mentioned. We have to kind of give the customers what they want. So the customers value price certainty and budget control. That has been discussed. This is an option I want to bring up that's not offered by the utility. The utilities do not offer fixed prices. They may, they're monthly variable rates, and a fixed price option would not fit the existing New York commodity cost pass-through model and risk profile. They're just not set up to provide fixed prices. They have reconciliations. They take no risk on the commodity. That's part of the utility model in New York State, and I doubt utilities, having worked for utility, really want to take on that responsibility. So if we eliminate fixed pricing, we're going to take away a choice from the customers. It's something we have to consider and discuss, and we can do that after lunch. Picking up on what Matt said, Great Eastern, we really don't market to residential customers. We market mostly to small commercial and industrial customers. We don't do a lot of residential marketing. We're really not in the door-to-door business. We do have small commercial customers, and we do get complaints. And Luann knows that we get complaints. But we felt as far as marketing to low-income customers, we're a little, Matt mentioned the moratorium. We thought maybe it's not appropriate for low-income customers, maybe a moratorium. So we're not really in support of selling to low-income customers. And we think the primary source of value for low-income customers is derived from social programs and getting utility-based programs and assistance rather than buying from an ESCO. And also, we would think maybe even a value-added product exemption for low-income customers wouldn't be valid. I'll get into that a little bit. So we're really not in favor of, right now, and things, I think Matt brought up a good point, things may change in 2 years. The value-added market may mature or things may happen. But for now, we're willing to stay away from those customers. So let's talk about, on page 5, the fixed price commodity products. Now, this is not something like a fixed price product that the ESCO really kind of just makes up. There's a lot of work that goes into providing these products, and there's a lot of risks that the ESCOs take, and they have to get something for that risk. So let's go through some of the steps that we have to go through to provide a fixed price product. First, we have to obtain the customer load profile. And then ideally, we would normalize the data. We don't always normalize the data, but if you have a cold winter or a warm winter or summer, it's going to distort the data, so you should normalize the data. Then you have to have the ability to hedge. And to have the ability to hedge, you have to enter into a credit agreement with a counterparty. That takes a lot of work. Those are typically banks, and they have a lot of criteria to whether or not you're creditworthy, and you also have to maintain risk management policies So you have to, they're going to look, if they're going to loan you money in order to support you to taking these commodity hedges on, they're going to want to make sure that you adhere to certain risk management policies, and X% is hedged by a certain date. So there's a lot of work and thought that goes into this. So, and it takes time and money to provide that. So this is not just a product that kind of, we say, oh, 9 cents for electric, or, 8 cents for gas. It just takes a lot of effort. Then you have to put on a hedge. Now, if you put on the hedge, it's never 100% effective, because you're always affected by the weather and what the customers actually consume. So you put on the hedge, you kind of estimate, based on normal weather, what the customers may use for the forward period. Then you have to go into the physical market and actually buy the commodity. So what you buy in the physical market may not be exactly offset by the hedge, depending on what the actual weather was and conditions in the market were at that time. So that gives rise to a lot of risk. So I'll talk on page 6 about some of the risks that we incur. So one of the risks that you incur is being over or under the hedge based on weather, changes in usage patterns, because we're not guaranteed. If you're doing small commercial, tending to use a profile, you're not guaranteed that these customers are going to use what you estimate they're going to use. And there's other hedge effectiveness factors. I mean, if you're doing electric, there's like a sawtooth hourly profile, and then do you go to the average? Do you hedge the max? There's a lot of art that goes into doing a hedge effectively. As a matter of fact, on the accounting basis, and I'm not an expert in FASB, that if you're going to get hedge accounting your utility, you have to pass an effectiveness test. ESCOs don't have to do that. But hedges aren't just perfect things that you put them on and they automatically offset your loss. The other thing, over and under collecting fixed costs. We have to estimate what the fixed cost of a utility is. Now, we unitize it by normal consumption. Now, if the weather's warm, you're going to under collect, because you're unitizing, let's say you're doing gas, you're going to unitize over normal consumption. So that's a risk that you take. Now, utilities don't take that risk because they have the annual reconciliation in their gas adjustment clause or their market supply charges. Those are pass-throughs. We don't have pass-throughs. We're not guaranteed to have the same customer year after year. We don't have a large customer base in which to allocate those uncollected charges if we lose money on those. And, so it can go both ways, but it doesn't always. And it tends, when weather's extreme, the risks tend to get much greater. And then there's regulatory risks. Regulatory rules can change. You could be in the middle of now we do have regulatory outs, but you could be in the middle of a contract with an electric customer, and then they have the Hudson Valley, what is it, Melissa, the Mid-Atlantic Zone, or what I forgot what the Lower Hudson Valley Zone that was implemented, and you didn't account for that in your cost estimation. That's a regulatory change that you take risk on. Now, sometimes you do charge customers if there's a big difference, but that causes a little, a collection risk and other factors. So, and there's utility cash outs. It's akin in electric, it's the reconciliation charges, which are trued up every 3 and then 6 months, so there's a delayed reaction to that. You don't really get to see your true P&L until much later on electric. And in gas, we have cash outs based on proxy prices that are based on zonal prices for different areas and everything. They don't really reflect the true cost that the utility incurs to cash out, but they have these proxies in the tariff, and you're exposed to that. And usually, when it's warmer and you have to sell gas back, you get underpaid for the gas. And when it's colder and you underdelivered, you overpay for the gas. It's very hard to estimate that. So you almost need like perfectly normal weather to get the hedge right. So and really, I think the most dramatic example of that was during the polar vortex winter. I would think, and I don't, other ESCOs could talk about that this afternoon, but most ESCOs got killed that winter. That was a very hard winter to hedge. Most ESCOs lost money that winter. So these fixed price products provide value to customers because they want it, and there's a lot of work that goes into providing these things. So we think that this is something that, in the absence, if you take it away, customers will miss them, and we also think they provide a lot of value. So it's something that I just wanted to emphasize. I really just wanted to go over that these take a lot of work and effort and time and expertise to implement. Turning to benchmarking, very difficult topic. I think Matt hit some of the points that are very important. Natara's probably going to go through some of those too. But you could say, ideally, customers who shop should trust the ESCO. They'll be sure they'll be getting customers who shop will trust their ESCOs, will be assured the market's going to work and get a fair price. We know that may not always be true. Probably on variable, it's less true than on fixed. Fixed is probably easier to benchmark, but it's still very difficult. But one of the points I want to raise, it's not practical or fair to compare a price set today to a future set of variable rates that reflect changed market conditions, and especially utility monthly rates. It doesn't make any sense if I'm setting a fixed price today on electric of 9 cents, and then you're going to go back 12 months after under changed market conditions and look at a utility rate that doesn't necessarily reflect cost, because there's all kinds of stuff in the utility pass-through mechanism. That method just doesn't work. So we're going to probably have to figure out a different method. So let's talk a little bit more about it on page 8. I think this has been brought up here, and having worked for the utility, I know all the distortions, and I think the Public Service Commission knows that very well too. Utility commodity costs are distorted by these prior period adjustments, hidden profits on services provided to ESCOs, and other factors. So there's a lack of transparency. Now, we all know about the reconciliation adjustments from year to year, the annual reconciliation and true-ups. As a matter of fact, Usher Fogle filed a complaint on behalf of a lot of marketers that highlighted this for gas, that there was a period, prior to this winter, that Con Ed had a negative $1 adjustment on their gas adjustment clause. Negative $1. There was no way any ESCO can compete against that and beat that price. Now, if you can do a price to compare based on that, that's completely distorted. That just can't be in there. That case, and I mentioned Michael was kind enough to say I can complain about it, it's been with the Commission for a year. There hasn't been any action on it. Now, we know the Commission's understaffed, but these are the types of nuts and bolts things that we really need to get right if we're going to have these type of benchmarking discussions and put any benchmarking measures in place.
Can you just, Ron, what is the case?
It's case number 15.
I know the case number. What's the...
The case relates to the fact that the utility, this was only for gas. For some reason, we didn't file it for electric, but it's equally true of electric if you file the merchant function charges, not the merchant function, the market supply charges. So in gas, when the utility publishes its gas rate for the month, each month is based on an estimate of normal consumption for the coming month. It's just an estimate. So the utility tends to over or under collect based on actual weather events. Now, at the end of the year, they they use the period ending August of the year because that's when unaccounted for gas and the unbilled is the lowest part of the cycle. They use that to compute their over and under collection from what they should have collected based on the cost they incurred for the coming year. They file that in the fall, and it becomes effective in January of each year. So sometimes those adjustments could be very large. We said it was negative $1. If you look at even in electric, if you look at the market supply charges, because of the delayed reconciliations, those fluctuate all over the place. They're really a horrible price signal because they don't really tell the customer for the coming month. You can have a cold winter and have a big negative adjustment as if gas is cheap or electric is cheap in the summer. You can have a big negative adjustment in the summer. They give a horrible price signal. So these reconciliations distort the price that the utilities charge for, in their monthly variable rate. That is filed. The other thing that most people don't know about, and this is probably more true in gas than electric, there's hidden profits in the gas costs. Anytime under the retail choice programs, I'll talk a little bit about that the utility provides a balancing service or a cash out based on a proxy price, this is not reflective of the cost they incur to provide that service. They may balance the system using storage, which is very cheap, but during a cold month, they may charge us $8 or $10. Well, they take that profit from the balancing or the cash out, and they flow that back to the remaining firm customers. That can further depress the price that utility customers are charged. Those really don't reflect market conditions, and they're unfair to be in a price benchmarking type situation. So we have to think past that. That's all I'm saying. Not saying don't have benchmarking. I'm just saying we have to eliminate those distortions. And even even the Public Service Commission, I believe 2 years ago was in our complaint, well, maybe not because it was electric. They smoothed out the price in NYMAR, I remember, during the polar vortex winter. Not blaming them for doing it. It made sense to do it. But they didn't want to pass through the whole cost in 1 month, so they smoothed it out over a period of time. So you have to be very careful when you're benchmarking versus utility prices. I just want to also speak briefly about, for gas, the retail choice programs we're not on a level playing field with the utility when we buy gas. We don't buy under the same rules. Not all the assets are released to the ESCOs. Sometimes for system balancing purposes and other purposes, the utility keeps some of the better assets for themselves. We've been fighting that. We have improved the programs. We're in the middle of a collaboration with Con Ed now, and National Grid recently made significant steps reforming their program. So we've made progress on that, but it's very difficult to compete when you're not on a level playing field. And I think this is like, I can't really go into all the details here because this is like a whole rate case testimony if I was to do it. Unlike electric, when you talk about gas, in electric, the utility buys through the ISO under the same rules. They bid for their services just like an ESCO does. In gas, that's not the way it works. In gas, we have to use the utility retail choice programs. They're structured to buy the gas, but they don't nominate their gas on a daily basis. They're not subject to the cash outs that I talked about. They don't have that. I don't want to say they have a free ride. All they do is they get the leftover costs and they pass it through and they do reconciliations. So these are other inequities that ESCOs face when they do business, competing in the market against the utility. So, and we are competing against the utility to some degree, especially if you're talking about benchmarking versus utility price. So we really believe that these nuts and bolts issues really need to be focused on by the Commission. And I know you guys are stretched thin, but you really got to focus on these things. And then we can talk, when we do benchmarking, we take them into account somehow. So I want to go on a little bit more. As I said, we think broad, reasonable price restrictions on page 9 should be considered. So we should have a discussion about benchmarking. We're not dismissing it. I think Matt had some ideas that he teed up, and Hara may have some ideas. But I just want to give some caveats. And actually, prior to the presentation, I spoke to somebody who has a lot of knowledge, actually a utility person who I won't disclose. And they said, well, maybe the Commission should have a market monitor like the ISO has. Maybe that's an idea. They could look at prices and just to see if things are really out of, getting to the question about 8 times versus 10 times or 20 times. Maybe a market monitor is a way to go. Somebody who's informed that can look at this. That's just a thought that I don't have in my presentation. But I would add this when you get to benchmarking issues. The price has to be reviewed in the context of current market conditions when the price was set. You can't go 12 months after the fact and look back. So it shouldn't be after the fact. And this is always, I think, a legal rule when you look at prudence reviews. I know it's the rule when the Commission looks at prudent purchasing practices for an LDC. They always look at the facts that were in place at the time the decision was made. You're always influenced that something happened 12 months later, but I think the legal test is the facts, the conditions at the time the action was taken. So any benchmarking must take into account, like, if I set it before the winter, what those conditions were before the winter. So if the winter was very warm and prices went down, and we hedged at that time, we can't look, 12 months later prices went down because the winter was warm. We have to look at the conditions at the time the price was set. So I just put that as something that needs to be discussed. And as I said, while it's not a preferred method, any comparison to utility prices would have to take all the distortions out that I discussed. And the other thing that maybe is not directly related to this, but it is related to benchmarking, and it kind of gets a little bit to what Matt said, not so much about the merchant function charge per se, but we also believe that there need to be benchmarking standards. Now, for utility service to ESCO, so in the rate cases of each utility, they have customer satisfaction standards, and they look at the number of complaints, and there's a ding on your return on equity if you don't meet those standards. We think, and we're going to propose these in some of the company rate cases, that there should be a standard of utility services to ESCOs similar to those utility customer satisfaction measures. So when we write inquiries to the utility, they need to get back in a timely fashion. Missed enrollments, which we take all the risk on missed enrollments. If a customer misses the enrollment, they're annoyed, and we sometimes have to refund the money back. The utility is not held accountable for that, so we need to have standards for that. Back bills, we're getting inundated with back bills based on data errors by certain utilities. So we think that the standard of service to the ESCO must be improved and enforced through some kind of standards. On page 10, I'm not really going to discuss green much. We asked for volunteers. I'm sure there's a lot of people. To be honest, I don't know a lot about green, and I was going to bring the PSC labeling requirements that you get in your utility bill. I can't understand a word of that, and I'm sure everybody's painfully aware of that, how that goes across. But that needs to be a separate discussion. So we're just highlighting it here. Our 2 cents, we think, and people have told us that if you're going to do green, there should be a range of products from affordable to maybe more expensive, taking into account the different criteria for green products. I know there's a lot of discussion about whether it has to be sourced in New York or adjacent state and all that, so that's a separate discussion. I won't take time on that now. So now I'd like to get to the energy-related value-added services. Matt went through these. I just would like to go a little bit more in depth. Annual service plans, we think, are very important. It provides the customer peace of mind, and it's applicable to all HVAC equipment. Natural outgrowth of the oil and propane businesses, typically they would include the cost of those services in their commodity price. Oil dealers always did it, always handled breakdowns that way. And nothing can be better than a value-added service than a hands-on people service that you can call somebody up, and when your equipment breaks down, they're there to fix it when you need it. So there's service breakdown, thermostat changeouts, tune-ups to ensure optimal performance, and they can remove violations. So we think that's a very important service to customers, that they want those services, these customers, and it's completely applicable in the retail market, for ESCOs. Web-based energy software and/or hardware. That's on page 12. Some ESCOs, and this relates to Green Button, where you want to have that open architecture and all that are developing energy tracking software, which will allow customers to monitor consumption over time and control their utility budgets. And so, in other words, once the software is able to scrape the utility data, and I guess it will be improved once we get Green Button and all that, and we're able to put it in the format that makes sense to the customer, so they can look at their usage patterns, and they can use that to see if they're in budget or out of budget, if they can conserve. These are the types of value-added services we're working on, these types of apps, and we plan on marketing them to customers in the near future. So these, we want to encourage the Commission to consider these as value-added services. So customers can look at a change in behavior and change in their usage pattern, and it will promote conservation. I guess Robin told me that I should use a Fitbit analogy, that when she looks at her Fitbit, she knows how many steps are taken, but I guess it's analogous to looking at, your energy consumption and whether you have it under control or not. Now, ultimately, this software is going to be hooked up to AMR meters, and it will allow customers to observe their usage patterns in real time and identify their daily usage patterns, and again, let them control their budgets. Now, we know that there are going to be more sophisticated sensors on the market. I think some of the other ESCOs have them already. There are companies developing these that will allow customers to look at the use of specific appliances. So if you have an air conditioning unit that's running 3 o'clock in the morning in a building or something, you didn't know about it, you can monitor that remotely. So that's all going to be related to the software, and then eventually extend out the hardware. So as Matt mentioned, there's a tremendous opportunity for innovation as technology is only in its emerging stages. So we think really these products should be promoted as value-added services and allow the technology to develop, because 5 or 10 years from now, you don't know where you're going to wind up based on, I don't want to say Moore's Law or something, but it's improving so rapidly. And also, is related to an energy-related value, I guess there's opportunity to provide energy audits and ongoing analysis. So if customers don't want to look at the software results, we can provide some services to help with that. But I just want to emphasize in this slide is the web-based apps and is a standalone product or related to certain hardware. On page 13, I'll try to speak quickly because that's the only way I get the time. I naturally speak fast. So then you're going to have finance. People are going to want to make improvements to buildings and green buildings, LED retrofits, demand response, high efficiency boilers, windows. So we're able to provide financing for those products, and we currently do with some of the larger customers. We think that's something that may make sense for the mass market customers as well. So that's something that would be evaluated, sort of financing energy improvements on customers' premises. But we don't think these are applicable to low-income customers. We just think it's not right. It's not the time for those customers now. Don't want to use that. Don't want to have marketers coming in doing something unscrupulous to take advantage of low-income customers. So we exempt them from this thought process. Solar, I'm not going to discuss because it's in a league of its own. There's probably experts on solar here. And I did some Googling, and I know that the Department of Energy, there's emerging things. So they have something called the transactive approach, where you have buildings to grid sensors, and they're going to start talking to the grids. That's all part of reforming the energy vision. So we think starting the energy value-added services based on the web-based applications and the hardware will seed these types of developments. And it's just a good place to start. On page 14, just want to make some points about efficiency standards. We don't think efficiency standards probably only make sense with distinct products where you have Energy Star windows or appliances. Maybe that makes sense. But we don't think the Commission, I don't think the Commission wants to do this, but I'm always afraid that somebody may lobby for this, I guess if that's the right word, that if we're going to, you can't measure year-to-year energy reductions. It just doesn't make sense. Because a lot of these things, appliance contracts, service contracts, energy software, are geared to making sure that energy is not wasted. So let's say you have an inefficient HVAC equipment and you have the sensor on it that you're going to intervene to try to get it to be more efficient. You stop it right away and you're back to efficient. So if you do a year-to-year comparison, you're not going to pick it up. So you don't really want people to waste to prove that they were efficient. Service contract tune-ups are going to keep the equipment in tune. They're not going to show improvements year to year, but if they go out of tune, there'll be a rise in consumption, then you'll tune it up and fix it later. You don't want to encourage that behavior. So I don't think year-to-year estimation of consumption savings really makes a lot of sense. So I just wanted to raise that point. I know there was a whole, I don't think it's really applicable to revenue decoupling mechanisms analogous to those types of programs. A little bit different. And I also on page 15, I think I discussed that. And also on the bottom of page 15, due to weather normalization factors, lifestyle changes, it's going to be very difficult to monitor somebody's consumption, from a cold winter to a warm winter, to see if they actually conserve, because then you have to normalize the data, and then the normalization algorithm is not perfect. It's just going to be a very time-consuming and impractical mess to try to go there. So we don't think savings is always going to be apparent, continuous, and certainly not cumulative if you're going to consider standards. We're not saying there shouldn't be any standards, but I'm saying these factors need to be considered when we set them, if we set them. So my final thoughts, it's a little, I guess, banal to say a balance needs to be struck between customer wants and needs with some common sense controls. I think we're all saying here that we're not against controls, but they have to be common sense, and they have to take into account the customer needs and what the facts are, and actually how to do it. So one of our marketing people suggested maybe there's a role for customer surveys. I don't really know if the Commission has done any. See what the customers want and see if they're satisfied with these products. I think if you've asked customers if they were satisfied with fixed price contracts, I think they'd be very satisfied. And I think it's lastly I'd like to say, and I know the Commission is going to do this anyhow, but I just want to emphasize that we need to be fact-based. We really need to look at what the specific circumstances are, and not just come up with these broad, solutions or people assert things in their comments and stuff. But we really got to look at the facts and what's really going on. So when we talk about benchmarking and we talk about the cost of commodities to utility. We really need to know what goes into those products and what we're measuring. So those are my final thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Scott, did you have?
No, I'll hold it for after lunch.
Katara?
Thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. And I just want to give a compliment to IGS and Great Eastern for sticking their necks out and offering a presentation and thoughts. I know that often a lot of folks in the industry are a little hesitant to put themselves out there. So thank you for sharing your points of view really from the inside. I'm offering a presentation on resetting on specifically looking at the energy-related value-added products. I am counsel for the Impacted ESCO Coalition, which is a group of like-minded ESCOs that are typically small to mid-size, and many of the group offer value-added products and have typically low customer complaints. Commission, fortunately, has not heard of most of our members, and we want to make sure that those companies don't sort of get caught up in throwing out the bathwater with the baby, or vice versa.
Excuse me, do you have a list? I'm not familiar with the organization. Do you have a list of your member company?
Yes, I've shared it with Luann.
Okay.
I'm happy to send it to you. Thanks. Would you mind switching the presentations, please?
Oh, sorry. Oh, really? Mine's on PowerPoint. Mine's a... Yeah. It won't work? Okay.
While we're waiting for the presentation to come on, I just wanted to share one thought. The notion that a ESCO, two guys in a basement with a telephone and folding chairs and a folding table, that they could receive a letter of eligibility, yes, that's true. But could they serve customers? No. There are many months and hoops and finances that need to be in place and collateral postings that need to be made with NYSO, with utilities, possibly getting FERC authorization, getting credit arrangements in place, supply arrangements in place, having contracts with multiple vendors, EDI, TPV, Feller Energy Law Group. All of these, that was a joke, all of these steps are very critical to being able to serve customers. So you can get a letter of eligibility and you can laminate it and put it on your wall, but you are not going to be able to serve customers until 4 to 6 months later, and you're in relationships and deep commitments, often backed by personal guarantees, in order to actually be able to serve customers. Also, of course, this represents the view of the group as a whole and not any specific member. I will jump into things while my slides make their way to the screen. First, we cannot universally define what an energy-related value-added service is. It can't be done. If you take ERVAS and you subtract away ERAS, which means you're taking energy-related value-added service, and you take away the energy-related added service, you're left with value. And value is the question. How do you determine what that value is? There are certain types of value-added products where it is quantifiable. If there's a rebate, you could say X minus Y equals Z. However, more often, the value-added services are subjective, particularly if you... Next slide, please. It's if you within the low income collaborative, and I was not active in this proceeding. I gleaned as much as I could from frantically reading through all of the comments that were submitted in that proceeding, and it was clear that they were not able to define value within the context, and I believe this discussion was in the specific context as how an added value product could be offered to low-income customers. And they didn't come up with a definition. Further, the PSC has recognized in its February 2014 order that whether or not a product falls within value added, it's based upon a qualitative assessment. And who but the individual can determine the quality? The value is determined by the recipient of the value added product. It's really, really important, and I know that this is a conversation that's been going on for, I'm guessing, 18 years. You cannot compare ESCOs that are offering value-added products to the utility default rate. And it seems that by oversimplifying the market and breaking it down and really trying to put apples to apples when they're not. They're apples, oranges, and pears sometimes. They're value-added services, and they're not something you can put into a certain dollar amount in terms of comparing it to the commodity. So what we've seen is some ESCOs actually post a very high rate. If you could believe it, they post a high rate on the Choice to Compare website because they want to comply with the requirement that their rate has to be lower than what is posted. Their rate might even be double of what they're actually charging customers because it's difficult for them to necessarily figure what the rate is going to be by combining in the value-added service.
So they do realize that's a violation of the UBP, right, when they do that? Just want to point that out.
That was just a hypothetical.
No, this is a complete and utter hypothetical. No, sincerely, it is a hypothetical, but the idea is that
We take your point.
thank you. It can be misleading to only look at the power to compare in terms of determining what customers are paying ESCOs versus the utility. That was my point. With respect to ESCOs offering value-added services, the services are completely different. Customer service is typically a front line. You call some of these companies and you have you can have the president of the company pick up the phone sometimes. Their priorities with their customers, their pricing models are very, very different. They're not just sourcing a commodity, they're sourcing relationships. And they put a tremendous amount of effort into seeking out the customers that make sense for the product that they're offering. The customer base universally, yes, might be the same, everybody using power and natural gas in the state. However, a company that is offering a home protection plans or environmental plans, they're going to be seeking out a certain type of customer. And in doing so, the base is going to be tremendously different from everybody who is seeking to purchase electricity or natural gas. And then in turn, the customer expectations are going to be different. At the end of the day, every customer should know what they're paying for. They should be treated with respect. These points have been made very clearly by PULP, UIU, by AARP, and regardless of the customer class, the customer is entitled to know what they're paying for and what obligations and risks are associated with it. But with that knowledge, I have a hard time agreeing that there's a reason to pull back and heavily regulate value-added services. There are very different issues here. One is value-added service, and a second is consumer protection. Consumer protection is achieved by requiring transparency, raising the bar on ESCO participation. Consumer protection is not achieved by cutting back on what's allowed to be provided to all mass market consumers. Some of my fellow presenters had suggested maybe not offering all value-added products to low-income consumers as a way to protect them. That I don't have a comment on whether or not that is the best solution. Another suggestion that we have made in our comments to the commission is to perhaps add in a secondary layer of protection. One of the very difficult things that observations that came out of the low income collaborative was that it's hard to identify who these low income and who these vulnerable customers are. And without that knowledge, you don't really have enough information to know who perhaps you shouldn't be targeting. However, there are certain mechanisms that do identify these customers, and no ESCO would want to, specifically alienate a customer class, and certainly not advocating that we do that here. But I would suggest that there could be an independent third party that could have a second TPV on perhaps low-income customers that have been identified and flagged for a special, that require a special protection. And these are just ideas. I would love to brainstorm on this a lot more, but at the end of the day, we can't throw out the baby with the bathwater in terms of just ridding value-added products because there's a concern about the impact on certain customer classes. This is an example from one in our group, Robeson Energy. Robeson is a very local Westchester County, New York. It's just above New York City. A Westchester County-based ESCO. They are in the community, supporting Little League teams and the like. And they offer a wide range of home support and service products, and they also offer electricity. So this slide is just meant to be an example of a type of company that does not offer commodity service. They're offering a full service, more of a complete package to their customers. So Robeson is never seeking to beat the utility price. It's not their goal. They're not selling that to their customers. What they're selling to their customers is excellent customer service and high quality of services that they are providing, which includes electricity or natural gas, but also a number of other components. I put this in here as a quote from the president of Robeson, basically getting into the level of customer service that they're offering their customers. And, the idea of breaking apart value-added services as just a third-party provider element and just taking the commodity out of it, yeah, that's entirely possible. They could do that. But the fact is they're able to offer better service to more people because of the ease of doing it through the consolidated billing and through enrolling customers in electricity. So this is sort of a model that I would just ask those of you who are not as familiar with this to sort of think about, what are these customers going to lose out on if you take away the ability to offer value-added products? Some examples of value-added services and products. I have a list of 5. Oh, I'm sorry, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Actually, could you go back up one, please? Sorry. So just, for example, so Robeson has 24-hour, 7-desk. They go out and they fix home heating equipment. So, they get a call in the middle of the night. They respond, turn the heat back on so a young family doesn't freeze in the middle of winter. It sounds dramatic, but it's true. So, they're saying we never offer commodity savings. It's in bold on their contract. It's something that their customers know. And it's important that the commission also understand that many of these companies are not seeking to offer commodity savings. And so we ask for consideration of these type of products within the realm of what the commission is comfortable with offering mass market customers. Next slide, please. Here's a few examples of value-added services and products. These are just examples. I couldn't begin to try to to compile a list of everything that's out there, and I don't want to, because this is where innovation comes into effect. The structure that the Commission has put in place, and very wisely, to have ESCOs be able to offer value-added products, that is part of the structure that was initially set up for the ESCOs. That is what promotes innovation. And innovation, that is what's going to bring you to the next level. That is what's going to bring New York to the forefront in terms of developing technologies. Competition drives innovation.
So, Natara, I just want to remind you that you have about 10 minutes left.
Thank you. Building on a couple of points that Ron had detailed in his presentation, ESCOs that are offering fixed rate products, there's obvious benefits. They're allowing customers to budget. Customers have price stability. This year it was a very warm year. Last year was a warm year. If you go back a year, the polar vortex, 2013, 2014, it was a very cold year. I had clients calling me up and telling me that they were upside down $400,000 on certain customer contracts. And so we're currently in a reversal of that, but it's very important to go back in time and look at other seasons when the variations were very, very drastic and the ESCO is taking the loss. And that's part of the risk. The ESCO is assuming the risk of the price fluctuation. ESCOs that offer the fixed rate products are typically required to meet $1 million plus net worth requirements in order to meet CFTC trading requirements under Dodd-Frank. And that is going to go immediately towards backing the ESCO's financial strength in the market. Additionally, when ESCOs enroll fixed-rate customers, there's a commitment. They know that there's going to be a commitment of payment coming in over 1, 2, 3 year periods. And that certainly goes into promoting their stability and their financial strength. And again, when they have stronger financial strength, they're able to more comfortably invest in research and innovation and partnerships with other entities, participating in a number of the opportunities through NYSERDA and REV. Earlier, the slide earlier was an example of bundled commodity products, home energy audits. Ron raises an excellent point. As far as energy efficiency, there has to be a really careful effort in terms of developing the baseline, because if you have a baseline year and you know it, you can use a lot of electricity. And then in the following years, when you're asked to save electricity, you just could really manipulate how much you're going to be saving because you artificially raise the amount in a baseline year. This is a heavy issue that's been under a lot of investigations at FERC, and I'm happy to share that information if anyone's interested. Bundled commodity products, we've seen a growing collaboration between cable and possibly phone services, and I believe you regulate some of those folks too. So there's a lot of opportunity across utilities to bundle services together. And as far as these services fit under the Commission's jurisdiction, there's certainly a lot of opportunity to make sure that these are being rolled out in a very, very customer-friendly way. As far as green and clean electric and natural gas, there's various types. Distributed generation, behind the meter. This is certainly one of the goals of reforming the energy vision, is to just really spread out and decentralize the energy generation. 30% renewable energy is currently the approved variable rate product within the February 23rd order. 100% green energy and 100% clean energy. The terms are very similar. The distinguishing factor that I have seen is green energy was contemplated as a defined term within the UBP and earlier staff reports, I think last summer. And with green energy, it's sorry, it's advertised as complying with the EDP, and then there's also sort of clean energy, which seems to be come into play when ESCOs are utilizing out-of-state RECs, and there is some confusion on what exactly is allowed under the EDP and whether there's limitations on clean versus green. So clean is just a different descriptor that seems to have national RECs, like ERCOT Wind, for example, versus green, which tends to support a local REC development within the state. Green gas is somewhat of a new concept for a lot of folks in the industry, and it's interesting. The EPA actually has come out with a metric that they have approved to determine how much carbon offset is required to neutralize natural gas emissions. So if you want to have a zero emission green gas product, it's possible. And this certainly could be offered as a parallel to the variable green product that the Commission has approved under its February 23rd order. Rebates. Could you, next slide, please? Thank you. There's a number of ESCOs that offer rebates and incentives. You know, even if, it's funny, even if you receive a rebate, and perhaps it's still, it could even be more than the utility price, and the customer still might want to go in that direction when they're, you know, the cost may be a couple of cents more. This is just a hypothetical. I'm not speaking about anyone in particular, but customers enjoy getting rebates and discount cards and rewards. Everybody loves to reach that 10th punch on their sandwich card, and then you go and you get a free coffee. There's just some value there, and those sorts of options, while not necessarily, you know, adding a tremendous amount of quantitative value or monetary value, there's something that customers enjoy in feeling like they're part of a program, and you know, they're seeing something come back to them, not just their electric bill. And then finally, the children. Community benefits and affinity groups. And this is where we have seen a tremendous amount of effort, or I have seen with my clients a very large effort to roll out in this direction towards community support through affinity programs. Essentially, an ESCO will work with an association, maybe an alumni association of a school, and every alumni that signs up, a certain percentage of what they pay will go back to the school alumni foundation. We've seen this with various charity groups, with churches, with different nonprofits, with schools. And again, this is where a customer may specifically be choosing to pay a little bit more, not necessarily, but perhaps they are paying a little bit more than the base utility price. But they're receiving this added benefit of supporting and being part of a group, and that's a very important element here. And you know, I would also venture to say that these types of programs are likely supporting, you know, some of the more vulnerable customer classes, and perhaps there's some relationship building that can be done within this context. So we've heard a lot today about the concerns with benchmarking, with the utility rate. I definitely leave that to the math minds and those much, much smarter than me in terms of breaking down the elements of what is the utility price versus what is what ESCOs are putting into play in terms of the components into their pricing and figuring out a metric. However, mass market customer protections will not be achieved by placing limitations on value-added services. On this point, maybe I'm not the smartest, but maybe I'm up there with respect to, you know, to this point. Customer protections are not going to be achieved by limitations on value-added service. I mean, for example, the 30% renewable variable product, that's allowed, but there's no, I fail to see why that would be a product that is not going to potentially take advantage of a vulnerable customer class versus another value-add product.
All right, Tara, thank you very much, but your 30 minutes is up. I'm sorry.
I had one more.
Make it
That
quick.
slide is very effective.
Thank you.
Everybody should read it.
And we also really want to emphasize that value-added services.
Read it. I mean, everybody else should read it.
No, but I really do think I have one more minute. We have value-added services are really critical to achieving the commission goals under REV, and we'd like the ESCOs to be a strong part of that conversation as REV programs are continuing to be built out, and we believe that this can be accomplished through value-added product offerings, and this is a way that, you know, the commission can really take advantage of working with the ESCOs in a manner in which the ESCOs are deeply seeking this partnership.
Great, thank you so much. So let's just talk about what we envision happening this afternoon. The focus of this afternoon is to identify mechanisms for benchmarking or we've heard you say over and over again that the utility price to come here is not the right way to do it. We are going to be making a recommendation to the commission on what is the right way to do it, and we really need your help with that. So to the extent that we have supply people in the room, we'd like to hear from you, but we really, our focus this afternoon is going to be on what's the appropriate way to benchmark for a fixed rate product and a variable rate product with energy related value added. Okay, so two products, fixed rate and energy related value added. And I think we need to split the discussion up between electric and gas. Ron points out what I've been saying for many years, and it's gas pricing is really complicated. So if we could start with electric and talk about how to do electric benchmarking related to variable rate with energy related value added, and then fixed rate. That's what we should be focused on this afternoon.
I'll talk to you during the break.
So why don't we plan on coming back here at about 1:15? Does that work? Okay, thank you. And thanks everybody who took the time to prepare presentations. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you all for coming back in a timely fashion. I know it was crazy downstairs to find something to eat. So, one of the things we thought we would do is carve out a little bit of time for us to ask questions of the presenters, and for anybody who's on the WebEx can forward questions to the mailbox, or folks in the New York or Buffalo offices could ask questions. Does that work? Okay. Anybody want to start?
In Buffalo,
Yeah. Go ahead.
this is Mike Novak from National Fuel. I had a question for IGS on their moratorium for low-income customers, and then sort of a comment, because we obviously operate in Pennsylvania, which is one of the states that they referenced. So the question for IGS is, I recognize the moratorium would be on new enrollments, but what about the existing customers? In your view, should they stay where they are right now, or migrate back to the utility, or just let things take their course?
This is Matt White from IGS. I would say probably let things take their course with the existing customers. It may be difficult operationally to, just send a bunch of customers back to the utility rate. I mean, I know from your all's perspective that might be a nightmare to plan for, but and I think I was referencing Ohio when I was talking about the moratorium on enrollments, and I think what they do in Ohio is if it's a low income enrollment, well, you're required to ask in the verification process, are you a payment assistance customer? And if they say, yeah, if they are and they say no and you enroll them, what happens is it's just a rejection on the enrollment.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm going to come back to that in a second. I guess if we went down this road, I mean, it's clearly what we already do in Pennsylvania. We're not going to have an objection to this approach, and that what was just described is exactly what happens when someone tries to enroll the Pennsylvania equivalent of an APP customer. The enrollment is rejected, and the response doesn't say you can't enroll a low-income customer. It just says that the customer is not eligible for whatever we call our program there, or customer choice, or something like that. Something very general. And for us to do something like that in New York, we would need the low-income advocates as a start, as well as probably a commission order to guarantee that us sending that response wasn't revealing their low-income status. And it's sad to bring that up, but we've spent a lot of time in this case discussing privacy concerns, and we think that privacy is always an important issue, but it's definitely more heightened in New York than it is in other states such as Pennsylvania. And it's not that Pennsylvania doesn't care, but we've been able to operate using that type of non-specific customers not eligible in Pennsylvania. And so I think a key to a moratorium, or whether what's envisioned in the order in 12M476 ultimately happens, is that type of enrollment rejection response would be considered permissible. Thank you.
You may say, maybe you'll say what I'm
Okay.
going to say.
Hi, this is Amanda for the City of New York. And Mike, that is exactly the point I wanted to make in response to all the presentations that addressed, a low-income moratorium or, different treatment for low-income customers. I think, number one, you're going to engage a lot of the privacy laws that we spoke about for 6 months in our ESCO low-income collaborative. And there's some real serious concerns there because you would indeed be, revealing low income status by having the utilities reject certain customers. ESCOs could hypothetically compile a list of every customer that's rejected and assume it's because they're low income and have a list of low income customers. Number two, that would also engage the whole discussion of, a mechanism for identifying customers, how that would work, changes to contracts, et cetera. And then lastly, the consumer advocates never said there should be a moratorium to serve low-income customers. Simply what we said was that if you are going to serve low-income customers, they need to either have A, a price guarantee, or B, they have to be provided with real value. So the energy-related value-added service has to actually provide value. So I think that there's a little bit of a difference there.
Wouldn't you need to know have to be disclosed what the low income customer is to be able to have to guarantee a price, or if you're going to have special rules for low income, you would have to let the ESCO know.
Therein lies my issue.
Or it's what they do in
Therein lies my issue.
Or
Indulge me.
Okay. Or what they do in Ohio.
Indulge me.
Ohio.
Indulge me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So before I speak, I just want to give what may be a standard disclaimer for folks who sit at this side of the table, which is I'm not speaking for DPS staff. I'm certainly not speaking for the commission. And those of you who know me know I'm probably not even speaking for myself. I'm raising questions that become apparent from the discussion. And I know, and members of my team and my colleagues have been very deeply involved in the proceedings that took place before this one. So I know that there's a long history. But I want to raise for discussion again, or at least put on the table, what even just discuss, why we start out from a premise that we're going to treat low-income customers different from any other customer. That, in my mind, for the purposes of this discussion, we want to be able to make sure that the benefits that are available to everyone in the state. And there may be economic initiatives that have to take place for low-income customers or for other customers, and that is different than what's being offered and what's being provided and setting up separate classes of recipients. So the discussion of moratorium, and I think I'm right, that if an all-inclusive approach is taken, we don't have to worry about privacy. Everybody's entitled to the same thing. Those of you that have been following the RIF proceeding know that we want to be able to make sure that a lot of what's called energy-related value-added services is available to everybody in the state. And lastly, because it was an example brought up earlier today, for me, behavioral economics is as valid as any other issue. If giving somebody a coffee card will get them to pay attention to their energy uses, it's wonderful, great. We should be doing it. But at the heart of the problem, and the thing I want to invite people to comment on, is how does the commission exercise its responsibility, not waive its responsibility? Some of the commenters this morning left me with the impression, maybe I was wrong, that the suggestion was just let the market operate, laissez-faire, step back, and we'll take care of ourselves. Provide some information, let the customers make their choice. I don't know that that's where we should be recommending that the commission go. Doesn't mean that we have to get to price regulation as we know it with a regulated utility, but it doesn't mean that we're going to be abrogating the commission's responsibility to ensure that all customers are being offered just and reasonable rates. How that's determined is why we're here today. How we can do that in the competitive marketplace is why we're here today. And I say all this in part to disclose some of my current thinkings, although I reserve the right to disagree with myself during the course of the next 2 days, but also to invite people to comment for, and even more importantly, against some of the principles I just laid out.
In our presentation, we really want to purposely focus on separating out value add from consumer protections. And with transparency and raising the bar on eligibility and creating an atmosphere where all ESCOs feel responsible to stand behind what they're offering, that they would offer that product to their sister, to their grandmother. By effectively having regulation and industry standards in place that achieve that level of responsibility that we need to see, whether it's a low-income customer or not, that is where the protection appropriately lies. With respect to value add products, it's a very different conversation in terms of what's being offered and what the value is. And the Low Income Collaborative went through a process of trying to determine how you could figure out value. And my understanding from reviewing comments is that you could not. So with that in mind, we can't take an approach of if we offer these protections to everybody, then privacy concerns won't be an issue and protection won't be an issue. This is our problem. It's our problem as an industry working with staff and with regulators on figuring out how to either figure out if there's value, or if we can't do that, taking it from a different approach. If there are a special class of customers, perhaps it is appropriate to have an additional screen. There are, and I can't think of any offhand, I'm confident that there are other types of programs where low-income customers are given heightened scrutiny, heightened protections. So by no means do I want to set up an atmosphere where there's a segregation or privacy is exposed in any sort of way. But the place for protecting customers is within the eligibility standards and the responsibilities that ESCOs need to adhere to, not with respect to detracting from value-add offerings. And with all due respect,
I may go a step further. I may go a step further than you. I may, and say that I'm going to start, for the purpose of the discussion, with a premise that I don't have to find value, because I'm going to assume value is always present.
Great.
Value is always present. And if Tom is going to engage in a particular type of, buy a particular commodity or acquire energy efficiency because he likes to get airline miles, and I'm going to do it on price, and somebody else is going to do it on something else, whoever may want to make those differentiations, I don't think that's the role of the Public Service Commission. It opens up other problems, and it opens up other challenges that we'll get to over the course of the next day and a half. But I don't want to start looking, and I would invite anybody to tell me what an added service would be that has no value by definition. I can't think of one, and maybe I'm just too narrow-minded.
So let me just make a point. We don't really want to rehash the presentations. The purpose of these meetings is for the staff to be able to come up with a recommendation to the commission. One way or the other, we're going to make a recommendation to the commission on a reference price for variable with energy related, value added. We're going to come up with a reference price for fixed with value added, fixed without value added. We are also probably going to come up with a definition of value added. And Scott and I definitely disagree on what constitutes value added. I don't want to see customer service terminated for energy or airline miles. On the same token, I don't want to see customers getting refunds or credit cards or whatever for a service they haven't paid for. So we need to work through all these issues. But I think that we don't need to rehash the presentations. We've already had the presentations.
Scott, just very briefly, Scott, you may have misinterpreted, at least my presentation, I think Matt's, I'm not sure about Natara's. I don't think any of the ESCOs, or vast majority of the ESCOs, are looking for reasonable controls, and I agree with what Luann is saying. Let's talk about what reasonable controls can be with and without value added with fixed and variable rates, and I think some people have some good ideas here on that. So I don't think anybody's saying let the market work and it's just going to, Pollyanna take care of itself. And low income, I have to say, we don't want. The other thing I just want to be careful with is that if we have this broad brush and we don't separate different customer classes out, you're going to tailor everything to the lowest common denominator, and we shouldn't do that. So we have to. And I just want to say that and move on with the discussion of what the controls should be.
Let's move on. And also, it's very probable that my colleagues and I may disagree on some points that hopefully will come out, which will help provoke the discussion. And to that end, I want to make it clear, I agree 100% with you, Luann, that a customer should never have their service terminated if it's related to the payment of anything other than energy-related costs. That's sort of a bright line that I draw. Now, maybe it can move a little bit, not to the point that somebody's service would be terminated, having nothing to do in any direct way with their use of energy. And that's a structural problem we have to get at. It's an implication we have to get at. And that, Luann's point, to me, is a foundational point. That can never waver.
Chris, did you have something to say?
Many
Hey,
things.
Luann, when we're ready to move along, I have some comments on Great Eastern.
Okay.
Just a couple things quickly. Scott, the commission itself created the low-income class as a separate class in the February 2014 order, reaffirmed it in February
For good reason,
25th.
I might add.
Yep.
Just reporting the news. And the second thing is just to level set expectations. So, Luann, you identified 4 benchmarks.
Yep. Well, I think actually it's 3 benchmarks. So it's variable rate. We already have, the commission's already expressed an opinion, or not an opinion. There's an order out there that says guaranteed savings and renewable. So there's 2 products. Our thoughts are to come up with additional products. One is a variable with energy-related value added. One is a fixed, just a fixed, plain old fixed product, because the commission's also said that fixed is a value added. And one is a benchmark for a fixed with energy-related value added.
You had also said variable only.
That was a mistake.
Okay.
For people who are recording, I made a mistake. I meant 3 products, not 4 products.
Okay, so is the question of whether you actually need, whether a pricing benchmark is appropriate for any of those 3? Is that?
We're going to come up with a pricing benchmark, because the commission has a responsibility for just and reasonable rates. We were asked by the chairman to come up with benchmarks for those 3 products, a mechanism for benchmarking those 3 products. And I realize that, I wasn't involved, but we spent a lot of time in the last year talking about energy-related value added, low income, and the rest. But I think the motivation's a little different now. So I'm really hopeful that folks want to talk about how to move forward. Remember, we've been having these same conversations since 2011. I think we're all kind of done talking about how to protect customers, and we need to move forward on how to protect customers.
Luann, what data is the commission using to, and I apologize if this has already been discussed in another forum, but what data is the commission using to determine these benchmarks, and has this data been made?
Laura, we need to figure out how we're going to benchmark. We're looking to you. If we want to come up on our own with a mechanism for benchmarking, we can do that. We're looking to the people who actually purchase supply for a living and have an understanding of this, utilities included. I mean, I'm sure Mike Torgo and somebody else from Gas Rates could come up with a mechanism for benchmarking. If we collectively can't come up with it, that's probably what we'll do. But we're looking for your assistance with coming up with a mechanism for benchmarking.
With all due respect, it seems that there has been a lot of numbers, and I'm sure other people can speak to this with more clarity than myself. There has been a lot of data with respect to the amount a customer pays more.
Right. So we've consistently used what the customer would have paid if compared to the utilities. You've all said that's a bad way to do it. So let's come up with the right way to do it.
Can I make a suggestion really quickly? And we put this in our presentation. We do think that it should be a retail price. If we're going to set aside whether the commission should or shouldn't do a benchmark, or but we think it should be a retail price. We think it should be based on the average prices in the market, to the extent that
Matt, but what does that mean? Average prices in the market. Where do we come up with this information?
So you can have each supplier post their the most common products that are available. So like a 1-year fixed, a 2-year fixed, a 3-year fixed. You can have them in advance post. This is the price in which we are willing to enroll customers. I think there's a price comparison website out there already that kind of has some of that data compiled, but you can make it more of a formal process that each supplier participating in the market has to do that. And then you can have that as the average price. If the commission wants to put in bandwidth, say within a 30% range, and it's a presumption of reasonableness within the, that's something that could be done. There's a number of ways, but we do think it shouldn't be the utility price. We think it should be based on the average price of the most commonly available products. And I also think there really does need to be a way that if someone's offering a smart thermostat or some other component in their product, there has to be a way to say, you're obviously going to get charged more for that.
Yeah, we agree with that. And that's very helpful. What we're hoping to hear from other people is alternatives to that. You've all kind of convinced us that the utility comparison is not the way to do it. So Matt's put a proposal out there. The proposal is everybody identify their average price and then we come up with a benchmark.
For every,
You would average it how?
So,
By
Speak with the microphone.
the average by load zone, by utility?
well, that's why it gets a little complicated, but I suppose you would do load zone because that's currently how a lot of the pricing in New York is structured. It's based on load zone, so you'd have to do by load zone. But and just to be clear though, if you're not offering a price to customers or you're not willing to enroll customers and you're an ESCO in a particular load zone, you shouldn't price that. You shouldn't have to put a price up for that if you're not willing to serve that customer in that zone. But to the extent that everybody who has enrollments in that particular area would have to put their average, or not their average, their standard variable price, their standard 1 month fixed price, their standard standard 1 year fixed, standard 2 year fixed, and standard 3 year fixed. And then again, you can do a presumption of reasonableness if it's within a X amount of bandwidth. And then if it's not, then explain to the commission why it's reasonable. Again, the details would have to be worked out, but that's just a high-level conceptual framework that I would like to throw out there.
Also, you mentioned retail price. In your presentation, you stated that the utilities are actually charging a wholesale price. What do you mean by that exactly?
It's essentially a commodity pass-through, and not the other cost of providing that service are not reflected in the price. So, for instance, we have contracting verification requirements, compliance requirements. We have, customer service requirements that we have to recover, for lack of a better word, in the pricing that we provide to customers. So, if you look at the difference between wholesale and retail, is just, the wholesale is, think of cost of goods served, which is the commodity. Retail is anything on top of that, including overhead, acquisition cost, and non-commodity cost of goods sold cost. So it should be reflective of a retail price in the market and not just a pure commodity price in the market, because what customers are receiving is a retail service. It's a service that's not, the distinction between what's Walmart's cost of goods sold versus what they actually customers charged. There's a markup because they're not getting.
but in determining,
On the phone, can I get in queue?
yes,
Yeah, just wait a second.
in determining a reference price like that, which is average, should I be troubled at all by the fact that the components of the average each have their own overheads?
That's the reality of the cost of service.
Well, and I'm wondering if there's another way to drive at it, and I think maybe we'll hear that from somebody or some bodies. And rather than averaging the market, is it possible to, and this is a question, is it possible to identify an index that then could be, so it's an objective index, not a self-defining index, and that index, depending upon how it's struck, may need to have an adder placed on it in order to create the headroom above the index?
Go ahead.
So I spoke to Scott a little bit about this during the lunch break. I'm Melissa Massimi, M&R Energy. We're an ESCO in the downstate market and have been in business for 14 years. We represent anywhere from residential to hospitals, industrials, municipalities, et cetera. So the bad actors we've all figured out here are the variable rate products. They're tied to absolutely nothing and can be 8 times, 10 times, et cetera, to a price against the utility if that was your price to compare. I would propose that any variable rates going forward be tied to a particular index, whether, let's say, in natural gas, that becomes the Henry Hub plus $1, whatever that is in the market at that time for that utility. The price to compare on your website.
Can I just ask you, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Why does any variable rate product make sense
Well,
without a value added? I mean, the theory was this market would evolve into a market where the ESCO would be the provider of service, commodity plus something else. So in my view, I'm not sure why we would propose any variable rate product but for the product which the commission already ordered, which is a guaranteed savings product. So
Okay. So where a variable rate does work, we've got some clients that may say, I want to start on a variable rate. They may want to lock in a basis number, for instance. Maybe the transportation on the interstate is very attractive at this time, and they say, I want to lock in at NYMEX plus $1, as opposed to last winter, my average price was NYMEX plus $3. No, both. We have sophisticated residentials who would buy on a variable rate or a fixed rate product. But on the variable rate side, some of the value added we add to that, if there's a customer who wants to float on a variable rate and doesn't want to lock in yet, they have an option of being on a variable rate with the opportunity to either trigger a fixed rate at any point during their contract. They may not want to trigger at this moment, but maybe 6 months from now they like that transport rate, but then they're waiting for the commodity to come down to a certain level and they may trigger that. So there's a lot of different programs in there, especially for the larger client, but also on the residential side, they may want to float with the market for whatever that reason is. Or if you come off a fixed rate product into a variable rate, again, they're not ready to lock into a fixed rate. They may be watching the market. But it seems like when you see a fixed price product come off of a customer under fixed rate, come off of a fixed rate, go into a variable rate, that variable rate's not typically tied to any kind of particular index. So that becomes a mechanism by which an ESCO, and I am an ESCO, but that some of those that will charge a rate that is higher than any reasonable market. So if you've got power to choose, which is a very effective tool, very effective benchmarking tool for what the market is doing. Anyone on any day, and we link our contracts to it, our websites to it, etc., can look and see where a market price is on that, offered by whom on that particular day for that particular month. That's a great tool for the customers now to see where the market is. So as far as benchmarking goes, that's kind of telling you where the market is. You'll see suppliers on there at 70 cents a CCF. You may see them at 30 cents a CCF. But you could also incorporate on that same power to choose a variable product plus this adder. So no longer would it say M&R Energy fixed price plus 36 cents or 36 cents of my fixed. It would also say my variable rate is Henry Hub plus a dime or plus $1, whatever. It becomes more transparent. So any variable product that we're all talking about, even if it has a value added, I would still have it tied to a particular index. So it's transparent. And that's what we're talking about a little bit about today is transparency. And I think for the customer side, that becomes very, very, very important. And we know that. And as value added goes, I think the main value added obviously is a fixed rate. The polar vortex period was a huge eye-opener of where variable prices went and did go for customers who were not protected under a fixed rate. All of our gas customers and our gas customers who we work with on their electric pricing, all of them were protected during that polar vortex. Me, as a residential customer, I wasn't even protected. I was buying from the utility. In January, I was buying 7 cents a kilowatt hour. In February, it went up to 16. My electric bill doubled. So, and not only that, in this particular utility, they did a interim rate increase that jumped my gas rate up 40%. So not only did the residential get hit with a whammy of doubling their electric rate, they got a 40% increase on their natural gas price. So now I'm in the business. You would think I would have been locked in, but I wasn't. Lo and behold, I'm locked in now. And I watch my supplier and I look for the most competitive rate. A lot of these residential contracts too, for let's say fixed rates, don't have cancellation fees on electric, let's say. And we have customers at residentials that will watch that. There are those out there because we work with them for our natural gas customers. We help them to procure their electric as well.
Melissa.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? If you don't mind me asking it, you're welcome to say no. But since you disclosed your issue with your not being locked in, and now you are, how you doing now?
Doing very well.
Oh, good.
Very well. And I'll tell you why. Look where gas and oil prices are. And look what they're doing to electric prices. You are at historical lows for electric prices. Utilities aren't. I can tell you in the markets that we serve, when we look at electric, we are locking in electric rates that create historical lows, really, for the most part. And customers are benefiting from that. We could sit there and you could take them away from that choice and say, well, it's okay. You're buying from O&R and you're paying 9 or 10 cents on average, when you could have locked in at 6 cents. And been protected for a period of time or taken advantage of these low energy prices. We have a lot of customers right now that are taking advantage, both sizes, from residential to large users, that are going out 2, 3, 4 years, whatever they're doing for electric rates, because you're at a period where the two main fueling power plants are driving electric prices down. So.
Just to add on that point, and I'm just looking at the ISO numbers. If you look at 2014, just Jan-Feb, the prices average $157. And if you compare that to this year, they're $34. And so it kind of depends on when you entered in, and you could be high because you entered in and it fixed after the polar vortex and the market went down, okay? Or you could be entering now when the market's at a low, and if you're comparing it to the utility default rate, which is, it's not a variable and it's not a fixed, it's in between. It's a hedge strategy that you don't know exactly when that hedge strategy was entered into, so there's different periods where you could have put a hedge on. And then there's another piece of it that's spot. And so you're actually comparing it, in a sense, to a hybrid price.
Okay, there's somebody at the podium that wants to say something.
Thank you. My name's William Serator. I'm CEO of Premier Empire Energy. We are a very small ESCO in New York City. We launched in 2014, January. However, what I want to do, sort of bring to the discussion is, we've done, since our inception, a lot of the things that are being discussed and proposed in this room. We only sell fixed. We only sell term fixed. We educate all of our independent contractors, employees, and any salesperson that touches our product. We took all of the ready information that we could find from the PUC, from the PSC, from the commission, from all of the resources available to us. We created a test. Everybody who sells our product has to get an 80 on that test, or we don't let them sell it. And we also only operate in the Con Ed footprint, and we are 100% POR. And I think that one of the things that, perhaps I'm too simplistic, and I'm very small and recognize that I'm a minority in many ways in the room, but I'm looking at this from the top down. I think that a small business owner, which is who most of my customers are, Mario from Mario's Pizza, Bob's of Bob's Bagel, they are not aware and educated and sophisticated enough to know all of the intricacies of the industry and the various price components that go into that, and some of the things that are being discussed in this room. So they just look at it as, my kilowatt hour rate is X, you're offering me something that's less or more, and therefore I will or won't do business with you based on that. There's too much fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and that's one of the reasons why we made it our mission statement when we launched that we were going to educate the customer, simplify it as best as possible. That's why we did POR. That's at a great expense to us. As you know, we pay a percentage of our margin back to Con Edison to be able to bill on POR, which I think is great for the customer because they say, I don't know who you are, but if you're billing on Con Ed, then or the utility, then you're obviously something of note. You did something right, so okay, and I don't have to write a check to an unknown entity. I'm still writing a check to Con Ed. So I just think the issue, as I see it, is really more around standards, and specifically because there's a lot of info that gets bantered about when presented, when business owner is presented with a proposition, a quote, whatever. And they don't know what's included in that. And some suppliers will break out ICAP and GRT and kilowatt and so on and so forth. And then because we're POR, I can only submit one rate. So I say, okay, our rate's 9 cents a kilowatt, Zone J, New York City. But of course, I have to break on my end the GRT out of that, and I have to make sure that 9.5 cent rate covers all the other ancillary fees, ICAPs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the average customer doesn't care about that, but obviously we as ESCOs care about that because obviously we don't want to lose any money. But from my perspective, I want to do the right thing for the customers. I also want to do the right thing by the commission. We want to be compliant. We've gone far, out of our way to be over compliant, I think. But yet we still get crushed a lot in the industry, and I think a lot of customers get crushed a lot because of the lack of standards. So there was some discussion earlier in some of the presentations about kind of doing a level set, and I think that might be a way to move forward in the discussion, and would add value to the overall process for all ESCOs if we're all playing by the same rules. If a 3-foot putt is the same as a 60-foot putt, then that would be great, but that's not the case. So we need to all be playing by the same rules, and I think setting some standards around what that would be as it relates to fixed pricing would be a good solution to start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mike, did you want to, Buffalo?
Yeah, Mike Novak from National Fuel. Actually, I've got two things now. I'm going to start in reverse order. Polar vortex. Polar vortex was not a gas issue. And I'm sick of hearing it in this venue, in Washington, in Harrisburg, wherever. If you got caught buying expensive gas in the polar vortex, it's because you didn't plan properly or you didn't have the right capacity. Now, unlike the electric industry, if you did happen to be in the unfortunate position to have to buy some gas during the peak pricing periods in 2014, it didn't increase the cost of gas for every other purchase that you had. It just became a factor in your portfolio. So honestly, and I'm saying this from the perspective of someone sitting in Western New York, much closer to the source of production, I don't get it, and I'm tired of hearing it. Now, also, what I think the staff, I recognize this is an academic exercise in trying to find an alternative, but it's based on the premise that certain ESCOs keep on repeating that utility prices are not transparent. I can't speak for the electric industry, but I can tell you from the gas side, for National Fuel, we file, consistent with the GAC regulations, every month our gas costs. Everything is publicly available. There's work papers. And now I'm going to give you the secret to our great hedging strategy. We have storage, we fill it during the summer, and we take the gas out during the winter, every year. And we allocate through our capacity lease program, that's those same storage assets, to the ESCOs on our system. They can do exactly what they do. Maybe they could do a better job. But if they don't do as good a job, I'm going to posit that's because they chose not to do a better job. Finally, Great Eastern. National Fuel takes great offense to the broadsides laid out there by Mr. Lucas. Utilities do not have profits and loss, and you'd have to consider the concept of a loss if you're going to use the word profit. The proper terms are over collections and under collections. We can't make a profit on the gas, and understand that if we bought gas during the summer and it was priced less than it is during the winter, when we take that gas out of storage in the winter, it's going to lower the cost of what we charge the customer. It's not a manipulation of the market. It's a matter of basically the cost accounting that's involved with setting gas rates. Our process is audited, and honestly, I don't think any ESCO should be saying anything about utility pricing unless they're willing to give the same level of scrutiny and transparency to how they develop their rates and provide them as utilities do. I'm rejecting the premise. Now, also, comparing the gas industry to the electric industry, from my observation, electric utilities have their hands tied behind their back because they are buying from the ISO. When I hear that's ascribed as something that's bad that the gas industry doesn't have that, you have to question it's not necessarily that the gas industry is wrong. Maybe it's a problem with price formation in the electric industry. And also, why should utility sales customers be punished if the utility does a good job at gas planning? I mean, honestly, what Mr. Lucas seemed to be saying was, hey, ease off. You're making us look bad. So, I mean, I recognize the academic exercise, but, if Luann, you go back to what you said, your obligation is to the customers and so forth. Consider when you take somebody out of the market like the utility and say we can't clear prices, it comes across to me as I can't explain my own behavior, so I'm going to find somebody else to blame. And we're not getting any closer to getting any resolution if we keep on coming up with excuses, new people to blame, and so forth. So, that's my soapbox for the day. And I think there are important concepts to consider when you're looking at the overall price to the market. Yes, many customers just simply want the lowest price. Other customers may find value in other products, and where that all lies, that's certainly worth discussing. But to cast the utilities as the evil people, I mean, it's just as someone who's been, with the regulated arm of National Fuel my entire career with the utility for the past 23 years, it's hard to listen to this and not feel offended at the accusations thrown our way.
All right, Mike, let me just take a minute, and then I know Ron wants to defend himself. But I just want to say that I don't think I wasn't hearing that people were pointing the finger at the big bad utility. I think it's very, it's clear to me, and I've spent 30 years doing this myself, that the ESCO pricing, I mean, it's no secret that the utility can do off-cycle adjustments. That's a big thing. I mean, if you can do true-ups for what happened in the third quarter, you can do those true-ups in the fourth quarter. The ESCOs don't have the ability to do that. So I think that's really kind of the point. Nobody's saying that the utilities are doing anything wrong. God knows everything that you do is authorized by us. Not that we're always right, obviously, but I just want to take a minute to defend Ron because he's not saying that. But go ahead, Ron.
That's exactly true, and I'm not sure if I'm like in a Republican debate or Democratic debate or.
You'd be talking about your wife then.
Or talking to my wife, or no. The other thing is, I'm not sure if I'm testifying in a rate case matter, because this is what it sounds like. And I was vice president of. I worked in utility rates and supply for 28 years with Keyspan, and more years with other entities. So. I think we have similar backgrounds. I think where Luann was going, I don't want to rebut point by point. But the point that we were trying to make is very simple, that the utility price can't be the benchmark of which to compare a fixed price set in June after the fact that you go wait till next June to see what happened with the market because of all the impurities that are in the utility rate. Now, some of the points that you made and the way you presented it is probably part of the problem that we have, because utilities tend to get very defensive. Yes, they do follow the PSC rules. There's no question about it. But there are certain things, and I'll just give one or two examples, where there are inequities. And I don't know the National Fuel Program that well, so it may not be applicable to the National Fuel Program. But I don't want to mention, should I mention the name of the utility?
Everybody knows who they are.
All right, so we're working, and we've been working a number of years with Con Ed in reforming their retail access program, and they've been very helpful recently. But for a number of years, they weren't very helpful. Now, under the Con Ed program, under the mandatory capacity release guidelines of the Commission, they release capacity to us. But they only release basically base load capacity. We nominate a flat amount each month. For some reason that I can't even understand, all the load following services are on the customer side of the bill, but it's paid for by the retail access customers. So the retail access customers pay for storage. And storage during a cold winter, a polar vortex winter, can be relatively cheap compared to flowing supply. Do you think that we're able to nominate one molecule of that storage to serve our customers when it's cold out to balance the system? No. We have to buy on the spot market when we're estimating what the requirements are for a given period. So we pay an imbalance charge. The imbalance charge, I don't think it's based on a proxy price, which I don't think reflects the cost incurred by the company to provide the service. So they overcollect that money and they refund it back to the sales customers.
But just to be clear, though, the imbalance charges may not actually reflect, but they're what the commission order requires.
Right, but they don't reflect cost.
Okay.
If they don't reflect cost, the company is collecting a certain amount that's above the cost they incurred to provide the service. So is it a profit? It's more than what they incurred, so I call it a profit. Maybe you wouldn't call it a profit. And that gets refunded back to the remaining sales customers. There are other examples, but just the fact that all the retail choice customers pay for storage during the winter and don't have access to storage, that's not a level playing field. Now, to the company's credit, we're in a collaborative now, and they are changing that. So I applaud them for doing that. So I'm not criticizing the company, except maybe in the past. But there are numerous examples of that, Mike, that is not a level playing field. And I think gas is worse than electric, because under electric, everybody buys from the ISO, and everybody's subject to the same charges. So in gas, you have to use the assets that are released by the utility, and not all the assets are released. It's not on an equitable basis. So I can go on, and we can have a great debate, but we're not going to move forward. I think what we want to solve is the problem, how to benchmark, and I think Melissa was going to add one point that you were going to suggest a NYMEX plus an adder or something.
Right. But I just want to.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to comment to Mike real quick. I wasn't insinuating that ESCO's had a problem or polar vortex, say natural gas side of, as Ron said, there are imbalance charges and there's certain days when we didn't, you don't necessarily have the right amount of gas, you get tied to an index, et cetera. My point was under the utility rate. So the two downstate markets that we're in, just to give you an example what the polar vortex did, is, for instance, in the Orange and Rockland market in January, it traded, a utility customer would pay 56 cents if you're buying from the utility and you weren't locked in. You jumped into February and went up to 83 cents. You can't tell me the polar vortex didn't have any influence on where the utility rate was. Central Hudson in January, my market that I live in, I was paying 64 cents in January. In February, I paid $1.06. And I paid $1.06 for February, March. I went to 84 cents, 88 cents, 86 cents. So my point was, if you hadn't been protected through a value-added fixed price product during that winter, the customer was exposed to whatever the rate was at that point in time. And that's where the customer got hurt. The electric was the same. I paid 7 cents a kilowatt hour in January, went up to 16 cents in February because I wasn't locked in protected. So the point was that there is value to that fixed price product and protecting and giving a customer choice to lock in a rate and protect themselves from anomalies like this. So I wasn't insinuating, yes, the electric definitely in the wholesale market got hurt very badly. And if, we weren't protected, et cetera, we're not on that side of the business. But on the natural gas side, I'm not saying as a company we got hurt other than through the imbalance side, but the customer got hurt. So if the benchmark is, well, you just got to match the utility, then again, as a customer, I personally got hurt. I didn't have myself locked in, and I'm in the business.
So as I said a while ago, let's move forward. We've heard everybody talk about how benchmarking against the utility is a bad thing. Let's come up with ideas. Matt came up with one. Are there other ideas?
Well, I think Melissa was going to add, we discussed during lunch, it was going to add that maybe a market like a NYMEX plus some assumed adder, that if you exceeded that, you would be out of the market. And we could just... Well, maybe you weren't saying that.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, for the purposes, I think that's a good idea to get on the table. But we don't necessarily have to discuss what's the implications of falling outside the range yet.
Okay, but we're just talking about where to set the...
Yeah, how do we set the measure?
How do you know you're being overcharged?
So, yeah, I just want to be careful because it's conceivable that you could have a benchmark, and somebody used the word presumption before. So there's a presumption, it's a safe harbor measure. The ESCO knows that if you're below the line or if you're within the corridor, you're in a zone you're in a safe harbor. But if you exceed it, it doesn't mean de facto that it is an unfair price. It just means that it's a price that maybe the commission wants to take a look at. Maybe there are factors that are causing the price to go up. At least for myself, I'm very hesitant to start drawing very bright lines because as soon as you do that, you run into the problem of unintended consequences.
That's where the idea of maybe having a market monitor that I guess maybe Michael was referring to funding it. And
beyond that, I mean, the fact of the matter is Lou Ann and Michael and their team oversee the market. So again, I want to suggest that let's not think about consequences, let's think about measurements first.
Can I just make a comment real quick about the benchmarking and the market price? So we already said that our preferred method would be the average price across the utilities, for the retail product. That said, it would be difficult to do benchmark for a market, like a market benchmark, particularly in electric. I don't know if there's a readily available market benchmark that you can. I mean, there's the zone pricing, but that's more like daily pricing. So the electric would be very difficult. On the gas side, I mean, you have a little bit more of a market price available. Like you have like Henry Hub, and then you have basis pricing and stuff like that. That still would be kind of difficult because.
So Matt, let me just make a point.
Yeah.
We can always use the utility price unless you can come up with something else.
So-
We don't really want to talk about how difficult it's going to be to do something else because there is an option, which you've all said doesn't work.
That's why we
So let's come up with let's not talk about how difficult it will be to do. Let's figure out what does work.
So, let me suggest too yeah.
That's why. I mean, that's why I said the average retail price in the market. That would be our preferred method. So I'm just
Understood.
trying to contrast that with a market index price. You can try to come up with a wholesale market index price for the electric side. That could be very hard. I'm just. That's why I'm saying with the preferred method would be the average retail price in the market. On the gas side, it would be a little easier to come up with a market index price. But that still could be difficult because of the different basis is different. So you have the commodity, the Henry Hub price, but at each different point, you know, your delivery costs are going to be, your transportation costs are going to be difficult. So to come up with an aggregate might be difficult. I'm not saying that it can't be done. It's better than the utility price comparison, but I do think the average retail price in the market would probably be the most appropriate.
I just have one comment on that real quick. On that point, Matt, when you say it's difficult, the way you set up your power to choose in that website, it's utility specific. So if you're serving O&R, you all are being released, or we're all being released the same capacity, or we have the same releases to the extent depending on the size of customer, the size of your pool. So when you say region by region, certainly on the natural gas side, it should be able to be accomplished because you've got Con Ed singled out as Con Ed, O&R is O&R, Central Hudson is Central Hudson.
It would be easier on the. I will say it would be an easier exercise on the gas side. It would be more difficult on the electric side.
Okay.
Luann, this is Tim Wright from Energy Mark.
You still can do it.
Hi, Tim.
I had a quick question. I'm still trying to go back to when you talk about how to benchmark. Are you talking about benchmarking against a variable price or a fixed price?
Okay, so the products that we talked about is a variable price with energy-related value added, a
Yep.
fixed price, and a fixed price with energy-related value added. And I think obviously it's commodity.
On top of the guaranteed savings and the renewables. So that would be 5 products?
Right. I mean, we're just talking here. We don't really know, but at this point, we're trying to come up with some other alternatives that we can offer to the commission.
Can I try and put renewables in context, I think, as we look ahead? And if we assume that a clean energy standard is adopted, that clean energy standard, from the point of its adoption going forward, will set, by definition, a minimum amount of renewables that's required for any LSE in the state. So the 30% product, which was articulated in the February order, is pre-CES. I know that Chris has been eager to speak, so I want to recognize.
Thanks. Hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, and so I feel like I'm in a weird kind of argument here. I want to go back to something Scott said, and so we have two things on the table, and the ways in which an index would be hard, I think, are instructive. You're giving me such a look, Luann. I'm so sorry. Especially with electric, and I will be the first one I will defer to others on gas. So if you look at let's say a 1, 2, or 3 year fixed price, and you're going to try to find some benchmark. So first you got to find the pure commodity piece of it, right? That's just like the table stakes. That's like the bread before you put anything on the sandwich. It's hard, that just picking, well, okay, what kind of bread do you want? There's not an obvious default bred. You know, there are all sorts of indexes. If you're in a particular zone, well, okay, I need pure commodity for that zone at that delivery point, and that's before I even start to follow load. So and that's before you do the rest of your cost buildup for everything else that goes into making a retail product. And the thing I think the advantage that the approach Matt is talking about is that you actually have that already done. If you look at actual delivered retail prices of retail suppliers, you know that those include each individual company's approach to not just which commodity, how do I want to source the commodity, but then all of the other parts of the cost buildup that would go into an actual delivered price. Whereas I think and it would be an interesting exercise to have like a little subgroup, and Joel Andruski talked about this, trying to do this last year, to actually look at, well, okay, how would you come up with a buildup that allowed you to use just the allure of the index is, I understand it. There's an allure. But then when you start adding the other things on top of it, what I worry about is that the uncertainty band around each individual component, starting even with the choice of the commodity, it would result in something in which the uncertainty band is greater than the actual value itself, which from a statistical perspective is not very useful. So whereas the posted prices, that's actually some company has decided, this is what all those I've done my homework, and this is what all those components add up to. And so I think that's where, the fact that it's hard doesn't mean we should do it. But if the nature of the hardness results in a number that's in some sense, from a statistical perspective, indefensible, I think we're just saying that maybe we should look at something that's
that's clearly the purpose of today and tomorrow, to do that, to look for that. So I think that lots of times when you hear us throw ideas out, is to test them.
But I was going to add even a brief defense of the monthly variable, which I think otherwise everybody agrees least value added. But I remember 2008. I remember 2009. What was the criticism back then? People are locked into the fixed prices. Basically, you can make an argument. Those of us who've done business in Ontario, that's what killed the Ontario market. People were locked into long-term fixed prices. Market falls, boom, crisis. And there are other markets where people operate very comfortably with a daily variable price. Gasoline. Everyone is naked to the market in gasoline, and nobody's building, a tank in their backyard so they can buy forward gasoline. And it's always puzzled me a little bit, you can't even do it. And you would think somebody would have come up with, Exxon would have said, okay, I'm going to sell you 100 gallons today for this price. Here's your card. People are comfortable being 100% naked to the market for gasoline. And you're anticipating my very point. And one of the reasons that they are comfortable being naked to the market in gasoline is because there's a level of transparency that I think we would very much like to get to. And our sense is if we get to that level of transparency,
but I think
every time we've tried to get to a level of transparency, all the ESCOs have done is throw sand in our face.
And it goes beyond transparency, I would suggest. For those of us that are old enough to
I think they were small pebbles. It was not sand.
Or rocks sometimes.
But for those of us that are old enough to remember the 70s and the gas lines, there were people who were thinking about building tanks in order to provide their own supply. So there's a behavioral psychology that distinguishes markets that I won't pretend to be fluent in, but we shouldn't ignore that. And electricity is not telephone, and telephone's not ice cream, and none of it is gasoline. I mean, I caution against thinking about different product offerings. But the question I want to pose, just another option, is there was mention this morning in one of the presentations, I forget who, about the use of auctions. as a component of price discovery. So I just want to leave open for anybody to comment beyond what was said this morning about feelings about whether or not there might be a role for an auction, whether it's the type of auctions that were discussed this morning, the BGS auction out of New Jersey, or some variant of that, or the like.
I was just going to make a general statement to Chris's point that I really have a concern about comparing delivered fuels to fuels in a pipe or a wire. They're completely different characteristics. They're not comparable. They're just not. They're completely different. So I'm not poo-pooing your point. I know what you're trying to say, but I just think we have to think differently about those characteristics.
I just had a couple points. Michael, your point before on maybe you have to look at it zonally. I think there's definitely something to look at there, because there are very, very unique differences zone by zone across the state, even within a zone, based on different KV levels within the zone. So we've already seen that, for example, in Zone A in the west, where the 230 and below KV level could see really high prices certain times of the year under certain demand conditions, and then the 345 could be a very low priced price signal. And so I think there's some of those issues that have to be kind of factored in. Chris Keller's point is that there is some tools already available. Isn't a bad idea. And I'm just thinking that this is very complicated stuff, and maybe a concentrated group to really go at it, because there are ways you could look at it. Maybe it's auction, maybe it's the power to choose, but it really needs to be thought out to give the customer, the consumer, like a clear price signal.
I think that's a great idea, and I think maybe what we'll do is after this meeting, maybe we can send out a request for parties who are interested, and we'll get somebody from.
Still have a big group.
Yeah, it'll be a big group, but fortunately, I won't be in it. So.
I thought you'd share it.
No, we'll get somebody like Joel, who's an economist that can probably help out with it. Michael Meath, did you have something you wanted to say?
20 things, and then they've all passed as time has gone on. And Mike Novak, I know why you're in Buffalo, so thanks for being there. Just kidding, Mike. Little levity. Usher's not right here with us, so I had to take that on. Probably just the one comment I would make, if you think about the Power to Choose website, and if you put that in the context of a little more enforcement and a little more certification, I think the Power to Choose could do it.
Well, my first reaction when I think Melissa brought up Power to Choose is, frankly, there's still a lot of teaser rates out there, rates that are good for 1 month or 2 months. They're rates, and let's face it, this isn't the first time we've had this conversation where, the ESCOs get a customer in and they rely on the customer's ignorance. The customer's not paying attention. I'm not saying any of you guys are doing it, but let's face it, there's ESCOs that are doing that. So I think we'd have to really, to the extent that there's any one of us could go to the Power Choose right now, and there's an offer that looks so good it couldn't possibly be true, and guess what? It's probably only true for this month. I think there's a lot of ESCOs out there that are realistic, and they provide good pricing on Power to Choose, and it's reflective of what the pricing's going to be going forward. But there's still a lot that aren't doing
I
that.
understand that, if I might, Scott.
Sure.
Just my only point is that if we, and this is going to sound like an overly simplistic statement, we have to decide whether we want competition or not. If we want competition, and I'm not saying just laissez-faire, I understand that. That's why I made all the strong statements about both certification and enforcement. And I didn't get into consumer education and some of the other things. If we want competition, and if we make sure that you've got the funding by which to police where it needs to be policed while still letting ESCOs have competition, then I think we're talking about a different place than we are today. and a very different place than we are today.
the-
And then I think that the Power to Choose website becomes something different. I mean, the Power to Choose website, as great as it is, has never been used the way that it really could be. And you know, full disclosure, those of us that are following other states, look what's happened in Texas recently. It's not perfect. But if we don't make that decision, and I'm going to avoid talking about the utility comparative price, because we've left that, with the trains left the station. But to me, that's kind of what we've been left with, and probably why there was such a visceral reaction to the order, was because it seemed as though that's where we were going. No, I don't hear any of that now.
Yeah,
and that's wonderful.
Just a couple thoughts. One is that I think everybody aspires to a transparent, competitive market. And despite everybody's best efforts, we're not there today. We're not going to be there next month. And there's going to be a trajectory. So what may be appropriate today may be different than a year from now, to just pick an arbitrary time. But whatever is done today has to be something that helps facilitate that outcome, doesn't deter it. So I want to say that expressly. Secondly, a thought I have is, as we think about these tools, for want of a better word, I'm thinking that we probably need a suite of tools. It's not just a tool that will do it. For example, the Power to Choose works for anybody who goes there. It provides no help for people who don't have access to Power to Choose for one reason or another, or for whatever reason aren't fluent in it, they don't know about it, and it takes time to get them there. The third point I want to make is really in the form of a question, because I'm not sure that we all share this point. So I'll say it in the affirmative. I believe that there is a price that would shock the conscience. I don't know what that price is, and I don't know how to measure it. But that if somebody looked at it, they would say facially, that's way too high. That's just way too high. And the challenge is, how do we discover that price? So my challenge by itself of average pricing is it takes that price potentially and it factors it in. Also,
what is the tolerance? What is the we haven't discussed that.
You
Is
can
it like
do-
two
here-
times,
here's-
three? I don't
here's-
know.
but wait. Yeah, I don't have the answer. I think that's going to be for the subsequent discussions. But I'm just explaining why I think we need a suite of tools, because some of them will get at, some of them won't. Not every tool is going to work in every setting.
So maybe it's a combination of the two, like use the Power to Choose to let it do its thing, where it can do its thing, and then have some kind of an index that's been talked about that says this index is within the corridor, to use your phrase earlier. And that if you get outside that corridor, expect someone's going to be asking questions. And that's pretty much the way you put it. You didn't say you get outside the corridor, you're done.
Some people would say it a different way, but that's how I
Right.
said it.
I think that has lots of merit.
I just would go back, is that, I mean, so far in the last 3 or 4 hours, I think we're almost like dealing with a four-legged stool, right? There's eligibility requirements that could clean up and tighten up the market. There's practices, whether it's a door-to-door, telephonic, renewal requirements, that could add more credibility to the market. Generally, you've heard some different comments about enforcement, and if somebody acts bad and there's due process, then, some type of action against that bad actor is appropriate. And then there's at least on the whole idea of benchmarking, there's maybe a couple of different ways you can look at things that require more thought.
Yeah, and I just wanted to address directly something that was said. So I think all of these are going to require more detail. I think we're speaking from high level, and I think we need to get down in the details maybe at another meeting. But I think there are some really good high level ideas. To address your point, I mean, there's ways you could take 2 standard deviations and say any price that's below or above 2 standard deviations would not be included in the benchmark. Or I'm not a statistician, but there's ways to exclude outliers. To Luann's point, you can clearly define the product so that the teaser rates aren't included. You can say it's a 1-year fixed product. That's period. Those are the only prices, and every ESCO must publish and post that price if they're going to enroll customers in that area. So those are some things. I think there's certainly a lot of difficulties we'll have, but I do think there's a lot of opportunities to come up with something that's reasonable.
Okay, let me just make another point because I feel compelled to talk a little bit about schedule. So again, we've been talking about this problem of customers facing very high rates since 2011. The staff intends to move forward with recommendations to the commission like in the June, July timeframe. So I'm open to any thoughts that you have between now and June or July, but we're going to come up with something. Right, earlier. We're gonna come up with something, whether it's informed by your thoughts or not. We will come up with something. So, yeah, and I think what we'll probably likely do is issue a white paper or a series of white papers in time so that we get comments back on those white papers by June or July. So we need to come up with solutions ASAP.
So the white
Hence
papers
the
will
two.
be out March 31st.
They won't be out March 31st, and there may be a series of them. For example, we might have a white paper come out on performance bonds. We might have a white paper come out on reference pricing. But we're not going to be talking about this a year from now. We're going to have something to the commission solid in June or July. And, again, I've been talking about it ad nauseum for many years. We're kind of done talking about it.
Luann, I'm sorry. This was actually the point I'd been thinking about while my hand's been jutting up and down. It's a very important point to be conscientious of the time frame, and I was actually concerned on your end what it was in terms of the time frame to get comments to the commission. I would suggest, I think white papers is a very good approach to solicit comments. I would suggest going through a rulemaking process on this.
That's what this is.
Well,
it's a rulemaking process.
But with all due respect, the rulemaking process, if it began with what comes out of this discussion, perhaps somewhat of a shortened white paper and some questions so that all the parties have sufficient notice to actually play around with ideas. I mean, the ideas floating are strong, and they will get stronger as there's more opportunity and time for the collaboration to take place, because there is so much information out there. And
well, actually, there's not so much information out there. There's not a lot of information out there. We haven't, we did this a year ago. There was a group of people that were talking about benchmarking or reference pricing, and we're not talking about it anymore. We're moving forward. We're not going to spend 6 months collaborating. We're going to issue a white paper. To the extent that you guys want to give us your thinking before we issue that white paper, great. We'll issue one way or the other. You'll have an opportunity to comment, and we'll go back to the commission in June or July.
I would just suggest, if I could just suggest that perhaps a suggestion from staff to the commission is that the gravity of these benchmarks is going to define the future of this industry.
Natara, would you prefer to just have a fixed price or a guaranteed savings product? Because that's what the commission ordered, and when the stay is lifted, that's what you'll have. Our proposal is to try to come up with alternatives, other products that ESCOs might be able to offer.
I understand that, but the time it's going to take in order for you to be able to do that to the best of your ability is.
Natara,
I wanted to make a positive
Go ahead.
suggestion.
Thank you.
I think maybe, I've heard the idea of working groups, and I never thought I would say this, but sometimes at the NISO, they have these straw proposals and everything, and I see Chris is like having a heart attack, but the NISO is not noted for its productivity. But they make progress somehow. Why don't we ask for benchmarking straw proposals that people here who have different indexing methods could write it out, submit it to a group, and then we have a working group, and then we, do that.
I think that could work. I do. I think it's a good way of bringing ideas forward. And today is to bring ideas forward.
Right.
Tonight, I assume there's going to be lots of caucusing around various bars, thinking about these issues, and some more. Tomorrow's another opportunity to present ideas. I think Luann's process is critical that she's describing. We all have a goal to be able to bring something concrete to the commission that reflects both staff recommendations, that's informed by discussions like this, as well as then stakeholder comments to staff's recommendations that come out in the form of a white paper. And then the commission has the benefit of all those rounds. We're still wrestling with Chris's stool, and I'm gonna mix metaphors now, which is there's the four-legged stool, right, versus three-legged, and do we try to do everything at once and do one big white paper because these are interconnected? They do provide different levels of comfort. I'm attracted to Luann's comment about having a series of specific white papers that zero in on a particular issue. These are all things I think we continue to like to explore tomorrow. But our goal is to be able to come and empower the commission through staff recommendations and your comments to that to make concrete decisions in the June-July timeframe.
Luann, this is Mike. Have a comment?
Great. Go for it, Mike.
Okay. First, I have an idea for an index that I'd like to at least consider for inclusion in your white paper. And I would say I feel it would work well for National Fuels territory. I don't know about the other utilities with gas, but for example, I heard a lot of references to Henry Hub today. And honestly, Henry Hub doesn't mean that much in Western New York anymore. We have a cash out index that's based upon Dominion South Point plus transportation to the city gate. We use it to cash out our daily metered customers. The average of that point, of each of those daily points, is our monthly cash out index. And so what I'm guessing is that over time, in terms of having a reference point, without having to make a value judgment about the utilities rates, somewhat along the lines, I would say the gas prices in this region should track what that cash out index is. And so that's something that we think it might not fit everywhere, but it's at least something that might work. I think the key thing is that each utility has a different mix of assets, which is going to drive the prices that are created, so that it would probably for gas not be a good idea to have one index for the state. It would be too high in one part of the state and too low in the other part of the state, each having different market consequences. So, consider that for gas, it's probably better to come up with utility-specific references if you're going to go in that direction.
So, Mike, let me just ask you a question about that, and maybe I need Mark Webster. I mean, I look at NYSEG, for example, where they cover 42 counties in the state. So how would that work? And I mean, Mark, can you talk about that, or have you thought?
We have Pat Fox here, manager of gas supply.
You have to come up to the microphone, Pat.
That's fine, I'll just stand
You can hear the bus going over you.
Is the mic on?
It is now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with respect to NYSEG, as you'd indicated, we are geographically dispersed across New York, and through a collaborative out of our last rate case, we were able to consolidate. At that point in time, we had 3 different gas supply areas, which we had assets assigned to each of those gas supply areas. And through that collaborative from that former rate case, we were able to consolidate all those gas supply areas into one GSA. So, and because we release slice the system similar to some of the other utilities, which includes storage, they're able to manage those assets on a weighted average cost of capacity when we release it, and to supply their customers for those areas. But from a GSA perspective, we would, unlike maybe some of the other areas where they may have different pipes serving different areas, they might have one index. I think there's an opportunity, at least for NYSEG, because we have one GSA, that we can come up with a single index, if you will.
So, and again, I don't know much about gas, but so if a ESCO is serving customers in downstate, whatever the service territory is,
Sure. Brewster,
for example, and another ESCO is serving up in Plattsburgh, and another ESCO is serving down in Binghamton. Are they all? They're not all purchasing from the same pipeline, right?
Well, it all depends, but in general, The capacity that we release to them is the capacity to serve the pool of that market area. So, for example, if they're up in Lockport, they might have some Empire capacity, Empire Pipeline, as well as Tennessee capacity. But that is released on a weighted average cost of capacity. So we bring all of our capacity and come up with a calculation each year, and we post it, and that's how it's released.
Great, thank you. Does anybody?
Hey, Luann, can I elaborate a little more on that?
Wait, does anybody have comments, more questions of Pat while he's up here? All right, go ahead, Melissa.
I just had a comment on when you're talking about an index, and I realize, obviously, in our markets too, that the Henry Hub itself isn't necessarily indicative where gas prices are selling. However, it is an easily available pricing point that people can see. You can see it traded on the NYMEX every day. You can look at it in the newspaper. You can find it. Whereas, so basically, if you're selling a NYMEX plus, Henry Hub plus, depending on your zone, it could be minus $1. It could be plus $1. It could be plus $2, whatever that number is. So that adder is reflective to the market that is being delivered to. So when I say NYMEX Henry Hub, it's just that it's such an easy, accountable index that any consumer can get a hold of. A Dominion South index, per se, would be sure you can get it from a Gas Daily posting, but not every residential, commercial, whoever chooses to go on a variable rate for gas is going to have access to that posting. So you could say to us, well, make a print out a copy of that page that day and send it to your customers. I'm just saying the NYMEX in and of itself is just a very easy mechanism by which a customer can refer to by even looking on CNBC every day. And they would know their adder is plus $1 into one market, minus $1 into another, which is reflective of where that gas is coming from.
Can I go ahead now, or?
Go ahead, Mike, sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want to dismiss the NYMEX approach, because with the clarification that you have different adders or things, I think that's something else that could be made to work. What I was going to say was that in the western part of the state, whether you're buying your gas on Dominion or National Fuel Pipeline or Tennessee or on Texas Eastern, or even to a certain extent parts of Columbia, that they're all basically, these indexes are tracking each other. Columbia is a little bit of an oddball because it tracks more closely to the Southwest. But the idea is that there's physical gas being traded that's hitting the market very quickly, and it's reasonable if you just look at the map that you're going to have different prices, even if we have the same pipelines. And I'll use Con Ed as an example. They have more pipelines to get to their market. It's just it's a longer distance, even if we're both buying gas at exactly the same point. So yes, they would have a different adder than we would have. And but yeah, for approaches like that allow for individualization amongst the utility markets probably bear looking into.
Go ahead.
I'm Dave Lundin from Rabbit. I'm sorry, Mike Novak, I can't really segue that comment right now, but we work.
Is the mic on?
Mike,
Dave,
I don't
is the
think
mic
your
on?
mic's on, Dave.
Now? We work extensively in the NYSEG territory and work with Pat Fox. And the weighted average cost of capacity worked great for consolidating rates, but it did make competition operate a little differently. They have a single rate, but we have different costs of pipeline capacity in each territory now. So in a nutshell, it becomes much easier to serve a customer in the Dominion territory, for example, against NYSEG's price than it does in the Tennessee or Lockport areas, because we actually get different capacities that we have to cost into our product. So simple rate structure for NYSEG, but difficult for a marketer to compete with different releases of capacity. Now, having said that, we think NYSEG is probably the best model to look at in terms of how a utility can operate in this competitive market. They're great to work with in terms of supply, and we really favor their approach to Bill Ready and the rest of the things that they do as a great company. Now, having said that, I wanted to make a comment that I haven't heard yet today, and that is what we're contemplating here is not necessarily re-regulating, but increasing the regulation that exists in this marketplace, particularly, and sometimes I forget this as we go through the volume of comments that we're listening to, that the issue I believe at hand is that we're trying to protect the smallest of customers from egregious rates. And we support in every way the PSC's efforts to do that. However, we want to make sure that in ushering in that protection, this new phase of regulation, that we get it to the right customers. And I think that in the original order, a gas customer of 750 decatherms was considered a small commercial customer. And we think that in that case, the commission reached too high, and that is actually a smaller customer that we would want to issue protection to. Because that's what we're really talking about, is protecting those smallest of customers that really need regulatory type of protection.
So Dave, let me just make a point. I haven't gone through all the petitions for rehearing that were filed on Friday, but I think it's safe to say that that's one of the issues that was raised in at least one of them.
Good. Well, I just wanted to put my comments on the record here that we think that in the order it was kind of casually addressed, that Great Eastern, and Ron, you're doing a great job today.
And I don't think it was casual. I mean, that's something we've also been talking about for a very long time. I don't think it was casually addressed.
Okay, that was probably the wrong word to use, but I do want to encourage you to look at our comments, Moravido Natural Gas comments, and we provided some cost and some volume metrics that we think make more sense, that a small gas customer would be something more between 200 and 400 decatherms annually.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Sure, Luann.
Can I just ask the question? I can address the 750, but I don't think we want to go there now. But I think the thing that we really haven't spent enough time discussing, and maybe we can discuss it tomorrow, is what tolerance limit are we looking for? Because we're talking about different indexes and subzones, and, you could be in the Ravenswood power plant and be in a different, across the street with different voltage levels and have different prices. We're not talking about that. We're talking about what's really out of the market. What's outside, I forgot what Scott uses the expression. So I really like to spend a couple of minutes either today or tomorrow to discuss what tolerances are we looking at. And maybe both approaches are good. Maybe the retail approach in conjunction with the index approach are both good. But are we talking about twice as expensive, 8 times, or 10% more than the average
Well, I think
price?
it's safe to say that 8 times is
We
not
know
going
that.
to work.
But what is too much? What is, 8 times we know, so we can easily kick those out.
And I don't think we know. I don't really think we know. That's what we're looking. We're looking for your best thinking on it. But we also, the commission identified some egregious pricing. And again, we've been talking about it since 2011. And that's what we want to fix.
But I think we can easily identify the 8 times, the 3 times, even the, 2 times probably. Now, when people are talking about all the different indexes and all the nuances of the indexes, maybe we don't have to worry. Maybe it's easier to get done than we think, because we're looking for somebody maybe who is like 25% too high or something like that. So maybe we can get past all these hurdles obstacles that were discussed and get to something, as long as we know the tolerance. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think ultimately what our goal is to identify a reference price, probably by zone or utility service territory, that the ESCO would serve within. Say we come up with a reference price, well, then you go forward and you sell fixed rate or variable with energy related value, being mindful of that reference price. We're not going to go to every ESCO and start looking at pricing. We would want to come up with a reference price and then have everybody kind of just comply with it.
Okay, no, that's fine. Actually, I had a creative idea, but I know it's not going to work, because we were joking about Waze on the way up. With all the cars on the side of the road, it'd be great to have a community that can say, oh, I paid this, or you're paying that is wrong. But I don't think the community approach will work. So I do think someday we may get to that, but I think the benchmarking is the way to go. And I don't think the tolerance, I don't think what I've heard here people discuss as problems can be overcome.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
John Holtz with NRG. So following through what Ron was talking about and your response to him, Luann. So if the ESCO is not selling within that band or that reference point, then what's the consequence? Because I think that's also relevant to how we shape this.
We don't know. We have to think about that.
and I don't mean to be as circular as this is going to sound. I think it goes back to the question of what is the reference, what is the band. Some discussions have been, and this is a fine approach, that it's a trigger. It's a trigger that says this is a price or an activity that's worthy of scrutiny to see if it's justifiable. And others say it's a bright line test. If you fall outside the corridor, the buzzer goes off. So I think a lot depends on the structure, the other components, how this fits in. So we're really inviting everybody to think about it. Think about what are the components. Should it be a reference price that references something? Further inquiry. Creating a safe harbor is the corollary. Or should it be a ceiling price that one can never go over? And I think it gets more complicated as we move towards wrestling with value-added products. In the absence, and here there's a whole number of branches of the decision tree. So assume for a moment that there's disaggregation. So anybody's offering value-added prices, this is my commodity price, and this is the price you're paying for everything else. That has certain appeal to it, and it has certain distractions, I think, from holistic marketing. What if we were to say, okay, we're not going to disaggregate pricing. Now, how does anybody get any visibility into the reference price in that setting? We don't have the answer. If we have the answers, you have the white paper now. And we would say, here's our best thought, comment on it, and let's see where we go. We really want to try to figure it out literally collaboratively, and if not the answer, at least a range of answers that we can all continue to think about and you can comment on.
So Scott, just building on that, I know the way we've been thinking about this internally is that if you did come up with some reference price for the pure commodity offerings, then by definition you also have a reference price for the value added. Because
so?
Well, the customer knows as long as the term, let's say, and the nature of the commodity service matches up, then you know exactly what the premium is that you're paying for whatever the value is. So if it's a 2-year fixed,
Right.
And we've come out of this with some 2-year fixed benchmark, and especially if the company that's selling the value add also has a 2-year fixed price product, but even if they don't, there's a benchmark out there that a customer who then can compare a 2-year fixed price plus a value add to, and they know, okay, the premium I'm paying against the benchmark for this value is, the price minus the benchmark. I mean, it seems to us that's your benchmark, and if you go beyond that, if you start getting into, okay, you talk about disaggregation. I mean, talk about a can of worms.
What do you mean by just?
So let's say it's warranty plan plus 1 year fixed. So you're going to segregate out. Okay, so you got your commodity benchmark, but then we're going to have a benchmark.
No.
Okay, that's not what you meant by disaggregation.
That's not what I meant by disaggregation. No benchmark, but there are two models, it seems to me. One is I'm the customer. I've said, here's your all-in price. You're getting commodity plus a warranty. Or here's your price, which is made up of two components. So many cents or dollars for your commodity, so many cents or dollars for your warranty. And I can then make a very direct comparison as a customer. One of the questions that's always in the back of my mind is, for whose benefit is the benchmark? And it's not a binary question. If it's purely for the commission's benefit, in order to aid in the department's oversight enforcement, it might look one way. If it's for the public to aid them in their consumer decision-making, it might look another way. Or they may be able to look the same, but I think they could end up in different places. So when I meant this, I don't think there's a set of circumstances that I can conceive of where this commission would have the appetite to begin regulating non-commodity prices.
Right.
But aren't you effectively going to do that if you require us to disaggregate the price?
Because let's assume that we both offer the same product. We're offering electricity and a thermostat. sake of argument, the same thermostat, or the thermostat, the same capabilities. My price is X. Tom's price is 2 times X. And there may be all sorts of ways to disclose that. He vacations better than I do, but he's also, in this case, maybe crossing some reference price line. Now, let's assume we're both charging the same thing for commodity, and I'm charging a price for my thermostat, and Tom's marking up his thermostat a lot. I don't know that the commission has any say in that. What the commission's role, in my mind, would be to make sure there's as much information in the marketplace so that you know when you're comparing prices that my price is X and his is 2X. If those prices of the commodity and the thermostat are disaggregated, it becomes easy. Now, your example is, and there's some, I think, weight to your example, is to say, well, wait a second. If we're in the fixed price environment and we know what the reference price is, now the customer can do their own calculation. There's another step or two, but they can guess what our prices are, what it could be within the range of reasonableness on the commodity, and then figure out what the difference.
There's no other step. There's not a step. I don't know what you mean by a step. If there's a reference price for, let's say, a 1-year fixed, and we're selling a 1-year fixed plus a thermostat, it's whatever, unless you mean by the step the subtraction of the reference.
Yeah, right.
From
Yeah.
So it's okay. Sorry. So I guess there is another step. I stand corrected. But
you.
it just seems to us that
You seem very upset today.
the increment of what you're trying to get at in separating it, the only advantage that seems like you're getting there is that you're trying to effectively, price regulate the other thing, because I'm not sure that we hang on with respect to the things that are bundled. I'm not sure that you're assuming that we bundle them by coming up with 2 prices and then putting them together. But what if we don't do that? What if we don't want to do that?
No, I understand that, and I understand.
How would we comply with disaggregation? You're forcing us into a business model that we don't use.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to draw out. Remember, I'm not making a proposal here, Chris. We're presenting ideas and we're asking for comment on what the problem with it would be. And I've been trying to draw out if there is a problem, because if in fact my incorrect supposition was correct, it would provide double value, because somebody could say, gee, Scott's commodity and his thermostat is less than Tom's commodity and thermostat. But you're making the point I was trying to draw out, which is that in bundled products, that the pricing is a calculus that's not just an addition. It's not just adding up a series of things.
Right. In fact, I'll be honest with you, it's hard even to talk about it without revealing things that I'm not allowed to reveal.
But that's
about how we come up with. I can't even talk.
And nobody's going to ask you how you come up with it.
You will if you disaggregate. So I guess that's the
point
flaw
to be made.
Yes.
One second. The question that I don't want to lose, though, is Luann's. And it's not just Luann's question. It's a concern that's shared throughout the department, which is now let's assume that we have some kind of benchmarking that works. And we'll take your model as an example that can work. What do we do in the situation of a customer who faces termination because of non-payment? And now non-payment, particularly because of this bundled pricing and bundled product development, is no longer just commodity. Is there a set of circumstances where we should be concerned about that, or should we not worry about that? Now, it's not directed to you. It's
okay.
I will say that there's HEFBUS. So what would happen if a customer was paying 2 times as much for commodity plus whatever the energy related value added was? If the customer's service was terminated, when the customer service was returned, they would only pay what they would have paid if they were a bundled customer of the utility. At which time, then the utility has to decide whether or not they're going to go back after the ESCO for the difference. Because, right now we have purchase of receivable without recourse, but I think there are situations where it simply doesn't work, where a customer they have this thermostat, which I don't know what's going to happen to it after the customer's service is terminated, but the law says the customer has to be returned to service for the lesser of what they would have paid the utility. So that's what the customer is going to pay to come back on service. And if there was a huge variance, I suppose it would have been eaten up through purchase of receivable, but I don't know that works.
And if I may, it's Michael Meath. I guess I would jump in to say that issue, while an issue, I think is a little bit further down the road issue that we need to worry about today. I think this disaggregation thing, though, and for the same reasons Chris feels he can't talk about it any further, none of us will, because it's. Think about and I know you don't like gas station analyses, but when people go in to buy gasoline, sometimes the price they pay for gasoline or bread is one versus the other because of who they're trying to drive traffic in to get some product or another. So I think we have to be careful about taking those two things apart.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean, though, Luann, that you can't set some kind of indexes. I just think we can't take things apart. When
So
we're talking
for
about bundling.
all the talk about transparency, the fact is you really don't want transparency.
Well, there's some things that, Luann, look, this is is it a competitive market or not? If there are some things we do not, if we're going to make a deal with an equipment manufacturer to buy a very large number of things that we are then going to sell to customers in New York because that is a value added, no, we don't want you to know what that deal was. And if you're uncomfortable, I'm sorry. If the commission is uncomfortable with the fact that that is what a value-added market or the REV or anything else means, then I think we have a fundamental,
Chris,
we have failure to communicate.
This is idea
as
discovery. So work with us on this.
Okay. Well, so can I?
No, but let me ask a question. And I'm not advocating this. I really want to understand where the boundaries are. So I take your point. I think it's a very compelling point on each company's purchasing strategy and their approaches and how they price their product, which they view as a product, not a combination of separate products. I take that. Would your concern lessen at all if the ability to look at the pricing structure was limited on a confidential basis to commission enforcement staff? And I'm not conceding that we may not have that authority in any event. I'm looking for the boundaries of where your concerns are.
No. In fact, that makes my skin crawl. So Michael, no offense to, not because of who would be doing it, who I'd be pleased to spend time with, but so Michael actually interrupted me I was going to give away the store. So I'm going to go back and give away the store. We started talking about POR. Thank you. Yeah. And I'm going to look at Warren. It's all your fault, Warren Ray. Look.
POR is bad for children and other living things.
So at some point, and I don't know, obviously we can't boil the ocean. We can't make a transition to a completely new market on the time frame you're talking about. But certainly one solution to the disconnect issue is to allow us to do our own bill and sell whatever we want to and take the credit risk. Certainly if we take the credit risk, the complete credit risk, then the concern about disconnect I believe is resolved, and I think that there are ways, and Luann, you were going there a little bit. I think there are ways in which, to look at it's the POR regime that has brought us to that particular issue.
Very fair point. I have to apologize. I have to leave in about 5 minutes, but I'll be back tomorrow. But I want to ask Michael a question, which is I just want to get an idea in a setting where there is a value-added product, and the product, by definition, is the combination of all valuable things, commodity and other things, and there's no disaggregation of pricing in any form, how does one set a benchmark?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
I can.
If I could have a moment. Just a couple of points. First, with regard to some comments about ESCO's not wanting to provide transparency, the standard of transparency when we're talking about it, and generally with the pricing that goes into a utility price, and I'm not going back to tying that to the benchmark, but the requirement to provide transparency on part of the utility is part of the fact that they're a regulated monopoly. It's completely fair to ask them to do so. With respect to transparency that I am speaking to, it's providing the customer with appropriate transparency on the product that they are signing up for. And further, as a separate point, with heightened eligibility standards and enforcement and transparency in the product that customers would be signing up for, there are some value-added products that should be excluded because you can't assign value to everything. With regard to a customer who is subject to being shut off because of not paying a bundled commodity plus value benefit, it seems that HEFPA would be the best place for that issue to be addressed because HEFPA is the law that is
That's
governing.
what I was talking about. HEFPA.
What is an example of a value-added product that has no value?
Let's talk about airline miles, for example.
Okay, but to me but I'll take up that argument, and I'll suggest that airline miles or coffee cards or any kind of gift card has value. And if that is what's going to behaviorally motivate somebody to pay attention to their energy bill and is going to allow them to enter into the realm because they're interested in earning those points, that's what interests them, then that has value. Now, my concern, I'm just sharing my point of view, my concern is how, number one, is there a way to effectively distinguish airline miles from a thermostat, A, and B, is there a way to effectively ensure that the value that is being assigned to each of those specific adders is appropriate and not overreaching?
Scott, you asked me a question a minute ago, and I didn't have an answer for you. I've got an answer for you.
Oh, good.
That was quick.
And I'm older, so it takes longer to get there. I think the answer is, I believe Tara tried to touch on this, that if I say to you that I'm going to give you X, and you understand fully what it is you're getting,
right?
And that gets back to making sure that we're making the right disclosures and everything else, then the value is in of itself the fact that you understand what it is you're buying and you're willing to buy it. Period. It doesn't need to be disclosed any higher than that. You don't need to have any more transparency. Because if I offer X and Chris offers Y and somebody'd rather get Y from Chris than X from me, and as long as we are fully disclosing what it is we're doing, we're not doing anything wrong.
And again, we can pick this up
Well, you lit the
tomorrow.
fuse, so I had to come back
I'm glad
at
you
you.
did, because that's a very fair observation, and one that I think has to be given some weight.
And one that's been lacking and is probably the reason why we're sitting around this table.
Yeah, but I think it's very simplistic, and you're right. I mean, we've been trying for 20 years to do that.
But the challenge goes back to the point that there is some point where everybody would say that's just too much, and it's
so don't buy it.
No,
Can I answer? Can I address the too much issue?
Yes.
Because I know you mentioned this morning, and I actually wrote it down as something to follow up on, because it really is a critical issue. You know, since we're between Easter and Passover, it's like, you know, how can a merciful God allow such, you know, suffering to exist? I think it's the equivalent question.
You want to have that theological problem? Because I'll be happy
it would
to
be
do that.
a welcome diversion. But I think that, and we've seen this in other markets, and it's an interesting question for you all. I think there are a lot of us at the table and in the room who believe you have ample authority, you and others in the state, to address the 8X problem. And, you know, I mean, if nothing else, the question comes back to what does the contract say?
So are you conceding that we are allowed to price regulate, Chris?
That is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that there is underlying regulatory authority. In fact, I'm saying the opposite. that there is regular underlying authority, and I haven't explored the contours of it, but it does seem to me that there are boundaries, that there are already protections at the boundaries. And I think one question, no, you're saying here,
No,
fraud,
there's the protection.
fraud,
No,
in
the
other
AG
in other
regulates
states,
fraud. We could turn
okay,
them over to the
but
AG.
this is where we would like for you all to get together. And if there are existing, and this is I think one of the things that a lot of us think about is if there had been more aggressive use of existing authority to go after the 8x or the 10x, would you really care about the 1.25x? Is sort of like what a lot of us think. And I'm just putting it out there for discussion.
And that's a very fair comment that's worthy of discussion. I'm glad, but I want to hear.
And let me jump in and
I
answer
just want to hear
the
what
question
you're
you
saying.
asked, Scott, which
Please.
is what's an example of a value-added product or service that has zero value?
Okay.
And I'll point you back to one of the discussions that I had with Usher Fogel some time ago, where he suggested on behalf of the ESCOs that perhaps the ESCOs could provide an energy audit, and that would allow them to overcharge low-income customers. And I pointed out that since those are already provided for free, they can't qualify as a value added.
Bingo. Thank you.
Can I just answer a question or a point that you had, Chris, as far as how do you benchmark with value add? I think you can benchmark or have a benchmark with even though they have value added services, and I think part of it is creating a mechanism by which ESCOs post or provide or make available to the commission their standard offer, their standard price. So it's not the price that you have smart thermostats in, or it's not the price that you have any kind of other additional product. It's the price that, and if you have loyalty rewards and that's available in every single one of your products, sure, that's part of your standard offer price. But it's basically requiring the ESCOs to say, this is my standard fixed price, and you define that you define that product, and it's the most common products that are available in the market. And it's not your standard fixed price with the smart thermostat. It's not your standard fixed price with energy efficiency. It's your standard fixed price.
And so my parting question for today is going to be, is it safe to assume that every ESCO that offers, say, fixed rate, including a value-added product, whatever that product may be, also offers fixed rate commodity only?
I think that is definitely a fair assumption. And to be honest, if you guys wanted to say that you had to do that, then you probably could make us do that.
I was just halfway.
Well, at least publish the price.
Just to have 3 seconds. I agree with Chris halfway. I know it got a little argumentative towards the end.
Ron, just make sure you're talking into a microphone.
But if you're charging 11 cents for electric with a service contract, and 8 is the commodity price, you take the difference. It's 3, and then you judge whether the 3 is worth it or not.
No, and I think
why doesn't then? Yeah.
I think that can work. I mean, part of what I'm doing, I have both the advantage and disadvantage, unlike Michael and Luann, who have had these discussions with you for years. I've only been here for a year, and I'm just entering into this discussion. So I'm trying to build from the bottom up. But Chris, taking your point, you have a product, hypothetically, it's a bundled product. You have this complex calculus. It may go beyond just your acquisition of the non-energy component of the product. Do you post an energy-only price for a fixed rate?
Yeah.
So
that's all we sell it.
Okay, so then
acquisition. Yeah.
So then, in fact, although it's not an exact science, a potential customer has the opportunity to do a form of disaggregation, although it may not be precise. They can see if I went to direct, I would get this, and I can get that.
Yeah, and most ESCOs will have a fixed price, a fixed renewable price.
I thought you were going to say no.
A fixed.
You were so
This is the kind of stuff that actually people are used to. I mean, you go to the grocery store, and let me tell you, I spend a long time in the grocery. You would not want to go grocery store shopping with me, really. So you look at all, is it what size? I actually look at the unit prices, the brand versus the non-brand. extra toasted.
Chris,
oh,
Chris
sorry.
has 7 kids. I'm sure he spends a lot of time in the grocery store.
So yeah, I mean, I think those are the kinds of comparisons I think consumers are pretty comfortable with.
I just have one comment. So I would say yes, in direct fairness, we're very familiar with your products, and it is clearly laid out. You've got a Nest thermostat price, you've got a regular price, but I think what muddies the water sometimes are, let's go with airline miles. When I spend $100 on my American Express or whatever, Visa, MasterCard, I know I'm going to get X airline miles. Okay, so I know I've paid $100. The problem I've seen with some of the airline mile programs is they're tied to a variable rate, and you don't, again, it goes back to, we don't know what that price is going to be. Now, they've got an affinity program. I forget what you guys have now. Anyway, so they know on their direct bill that so much is going to go to their Plenty account. Let's say that. But that could be a fixed rate. So if I spend $100 on my fixed rate at 6.9 cents a kilowatt hour, I'm going to get Plenty points. And with that, I can do X. Where it just gets a little bit, again, muddy. It goes back to that variable rate. And the violators that you've been talking about, the bad actors, the new term here, is been the ones that are masking the introductory rates with something else or airline miles. And, I've seen plenty of bills where someone said, well, I signed up because I got airline miles. Well, guess what? You're paying 18, 20 cents a kilowatt hour. Do you want the airline miles, or do you want to know what your price is going to be for, electricity? Do you want a fixed rate? So some of it does have to come back to the consumer to do their homework. Why is his Nest thermostat price 2 cents higher, 2 mils higher than this guy's? They've got to decide who they want to buy from. But we've got it. Again, it's getting this variable rate to a point where it doesn't become whatever somebody wants to charge.
Well, at least for me, I don't know how everybody else, but today's discussion, and particularly this afternoon, has narrowed down the range of issues.
Go ahead.
Can I briefly blow up the range of issues? Just 30 seconds. The reason PR ties into this is because PR is ultimately the bad incentive for bad actors, right? So if an ESCO has to take all of the risk of collecting their own bill, ultimately 10x, 8x is not possible because that's simply not something they can collect. They have a risk in that. And that should naturally narrow down some of the range of the pricing at issue. And so long as ESCOs don't have that risk, and so long as they don't take that burden on their own, you can narrow maybe the band of bad actors possible, but it will always exist.
Before you leave, just a couple items. Correct the record. 8 kids. 8 kids instead of 7. All right.
So he spends even more time at the grocery store.
All right. But the other thing I think we have to factor in here would be whether or not you're financing it for the customer or not, the term of the financing, the actual commercial arrangement that ESCO has with whoever that third-party provider is for whatever the service or equipment might be, how long the customer wants to go out. So there's so many different issues that you could say, if I offered it to Amanda and then I went over and offered it to Ron, we may end up with totally different deals because of different unique situations. And so I think that creates, getting the benchmark right on the fixed priced offering, sets your threshold, and then everything else is.
And we'll obviously have to come back to figure out about the benchmark or the reference price and how that would work. But what's resonating with me is there's also a component. I mean, there's not, in my mind, there's not one quick fix. That it's I'm trying to think of a better metaphor. There's a toolbox of tools that's the customer. So be able to see that my reference price, Tom's reference price, and our thermostat prices, and make a comparison. Maybe they'll like him better, or he's in the neighborhood, or somebody recommended him, and they'll pay the extra difference. That's all part of the marketplace. And if that can be further added by a reference price that works, that's great. So there are the tools of disclosure, of qualification, of transparency, of reference pricing. All these build up to provide a market that people can have confidence in. I apologize. I will read the transcript for the half hour that I missed.
Okay, we're willing to stay if folks want to continue.
Nobody get worried. Nobody get nervous. There's no transcript.
I take back everything I said.
With respect to the tools that are available to the consumer, how does the AG's role in terms of being the government authority that's responsible for protecting consumers generally against fraud and deceptive actors, how does that interplay with the Commission's ability to monitor players as well as protect consumers? Because it seems that there's a really strong arm out there, and I just wonder how well it's being taken advantage of.
The AG decides which ESCOs they're going to investigate, and they take action directly against those ESCOs. I mean, there is the governor vetoed a bill last year regarding telemarketing, and basically requested that the agencies, UIU, DPS, NIPA, maybe LIPA, I'm mostly just concerned about DPS, frankly, but we identify enforceable complaints and refer them to the AG. Now, in the very beginning, we referred all complaints to the AG. We've gotten away from that because we have our own tools, but if we don't have a mechanism for identifying or if we don't have a mechanism for taking action against ESCOs that are charging 8 times as much, we could decide to refer them to the AG. Yes, Amanda.
So I don't know if today is the right time to talk more about the energy-related value-added services, or if that's on the agenda for tomorrow.
It's on the agenda for tomorrow, but we can start talking about it now if you'd like, unless folks have other things related to reference pricing that they want to raise.
A bullseye?
What does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. Like a dartboard. It was a joke. Okay, sorry.
Okay, Erin.
Okay. First of all, I'm Erin Hogan, and I'm with the Utility Intervention Unit. And I'm sorry I wasn't here this morning. I haven't mastered the ability to be in 2 places at once. In fact, I'm missing an important call now as well. But what strikes me about this conversation when we talk about grocery shopping and going for the gas, individual consumers get to change on a monthly basis and on a weekly basis and decide where they want to purchase their product. In this context, the consumer's stuck potentially in a long-term contract that often is very complex for them to decide whether or not it's right for them. So I think we should stop and avoid those types of analogies because I think they're incredibly misleading. The other thing that happened, I guess, while I missed this morning is we've steered away comparing the utilities price, and I'm struggling to understand why. I believe the gentleman from Great Eastern mentioned there's an unfair balance with what the utility has, and while that's not right, what strikes me is why not look at utility and identify where those inequities are and put a dollar sign on those inequities and then ask the ESCOs to match that price.
Actually,
I think, Erin, though, the discussion was that the parties talked about how difficult it was to benchmark against the utility price because of the inequities, the timing issues. I'm not sure when we make a recommendation to the commission what our recommendation will be. I'm really hopeful that we can come up with something that we can all live with, but
And so
I'd
just,
just like to,
okay.
I don't want to beat that horse here, but you missed the present. I'd be glad to sit down and give you that part. But not, leaving the inequities aside, and there are inequities, it's a timing difference. And we made the point that you can't compare a price that's set in June to after the fact a year later, next June. You have to compare it at the prevailing conditions that are in effect when the price is set. So there's a timing issue that Luann mentioned. So it's a little bit deeper than that, and I'll be glad to sit with you to go over it. It's just not inequities, it's double problem.
So one of the examples, Erin, that I know you're well aware of is during the polar vortex, NIMO was able to spread the cost of the impact of the polar vortex over a certain number of billing periods, 6 months over 6 month period. The ESCOs don't really have the ability to do that, and I mean some would argue that NIMO shouldn't have been able to do it either. But
yeah, and understood. But what strikes me is should we be investigating what those alternatives are and then perhaps make adjustments on what that ESCO price would have been? And then use that as the point of comparison. So the gentleman from NYSEG who got up and described the different pipelines and how they've aggregated the cost on those pipelines, it sounds like from the utilities perspective that makes sense, but yet I think it was described like if you were on the Dominion pipeline, your price would be different. So obviously the utility already is aggregating. They have the disaggregated information on the Dominion line. Why wouldn't they be able to use that Dominion price and use that as the benchmark for those ESCOs in that service area? To me, that seems a little more logical than coming up with these various NYMEX. Understood the year ahead advance
Indirectly,
issue.
this is what we're trying to do. We're just trying to create an index based on what you said, but we just have to figure out what the adder is. And we talked about different indexing points, so that's not that far different than what we're saying to do. We're just doing it synthetically as opposed to literally taking the utility price. That's all.
I guess in my mind, rather than doing the synthetic, just take the utility price and nail the number. I understand you have that year issue, but I'm just trying to understand how that plays out, because reality is they have probably a rolling period in terms of which they're purchasing, I would imagine. Wow. And I guess what I should say is I would ask the utilities, to the extent you can have solutions that could identify options to create a benchmark based on your pricing. To me, that means it makes it a little more logical than perhaps some of the other approaches that were put in play today. So I'm really calling on the utilities to brainstorm and help us with this solution, because it seems like none of the utilities are up here. We just have the ESCOs. And so tomorrow perhaps we can have more utilities at the table.
If somebody has a comment, they have to come up to the microphone. Sorry.
Michael Feynman, Supreme Energy. So I'm going to risk sounding really stupid because I'm afraid that I might have missed something from the last lady's comments. If I understood correctly, the suggestion was that we find that the utilities offer a way to use their price as the benchmark. I don't understand the concept of, in a competitive market, taking one competitor's price and saying that's the benchmark. What is then the incentive for that benchmarker to have a good price? I don't quite understand how this fits in with the idea of competition.
Warren from Infinite Energy. I remember that in researching the comments that we submitted here, along with everybody else on the 18th, I went back through a lot of filings over the past 20 years. And I know originally the value of the utility price was meant to be the price, that everybody was trying to beat, right? Bills were really high, they remain high, and the goal was supposed to be to reduce those bills, right? So a utility price as a benchmark, that's done in some other places, for example. But in those other places, for example, you can compare the price of competitors to default service providers in Georgia, for example. But the prices are apples to apples too. There might be some value in dissecting as a part of this goal of benchmarking. The larger goal of benchmarking in dissecting that price and distilling it into something that might be useful, as opposed to a comparison right now of one to the other, which is the one that everybody was criticizing.
Utilities don't have fixed prices, so you're forced to have a time difference.
Right, and I recognize that's not, this isn't proposed as an end solution. This is proposed as something that not only might help get toward some benchmark mechanism, but that might also be useful for a host of other reasons. Not as an end state, just as an idea on how to potentially make progress on many issues at one time by
So let me-
starting with those impure factors.
Let me ask a question of Matt. Because, Matt, when you were envisioning using everybody's prices to come up with the average, were you also including the utility price in that?
Sure. I mean, that could be it would have to be defined in the correct product category, though. You'd have to put it would be part of the average, not the whole metric, but you would have to put it in, I would assume, the variable price
Right.
product category. I wouldn't put it in the fixed price product category when we're setting the benchmark. But you certainly could, because I would envision treating it not as the end all be all price, but a price like there's other prices available in the market. It is one other price available in the market. That's kind of what
I think you have to be sensitive to that the utility default rate is a hybrid product. It's a combination of hedges and spot. So it's not variable, it's not fixed, it's something in between. It's like the three bears, okay?
ESCO's price is a combination of hedges and
Well, no, you could have, you could offer a fixed, and it's that fixed at that time and it goes forward. It could be a variable product, okay?
To me though, it would be, and I'm assuming it changes every month, right? For the most part.
The utility price?
Yeah, does it? Yes. So it's not what goes into it, it's what the customer sees, right? So the customer's going to see whether it's the ESCO variable price, month-to-month variable price, or the utility month-to-month variable price. It's still going to be a month-to-month variable price, even though they may get to that actual price in a different way. So I can go either way about including it in the benchmark. I wouldn't necessarily say that we would have to. I wouldn't say we wouldn't have to include it in the benchmark. But I would say you'd want to put it in the.
Could you eliminate the prior period adjustments if you were including the utility price? That was one of the things we said. Well, maybe take out the reconciliations at least, because when you had the kind of dollar reconciliation, that you can't. That's insane.
And I think that's what Aaron's saying. Basically, can we figure out a way to use the utility price, but not include the prior period adjustments? And I think you're right. I think it would be really helpful. I know that not all of the supply people are here today from the utilities. It would be really helpful to have a more in-depth conversation about whether that's a possibility.
And to be clear, it would be one of the 30 prices, part of the average of the 30 prices. It wouldn't be the price, the benchmark. It would be one of the 30 prices that are component of the average. That's the way I would envision it.
Yeah, because don't forget, when the utilities mispricing the whole year and they're not keeping track of their imbalances, they wait till next year to flow it through. So they could be the polar vortex, which I know Mike Novak doesn't want to hear about, but certain utilities could have been underpricing the whole year, and they had big deferrals, and they had to catch up reconciliations, and it was a nightmare. So they only estimate when you set a utility gas adjustment clause, and the same probably for the MSC. You only estimate at normal weather what you expect to buy for that month during bid week, and it's submitted before the month starts. So you don't know what the weather is going to be or what you actually incurred that month. So it doesn't reflect any cost. It's just a purely proxy estimate. And if you want to go down this road, we got to discuss those issues. That's why I said it has to be fact-based. It can't just be based on, like, this is the cost incurred. It's not. It's an estimate of what might be incurred under normal weather. And then if they keep falling behind and nobody's tracking it, and people should be tracking it, they fall behind and they catch up next year. So we have to be very careful. I agree with Matt. If you want to include it as one of 30, it may be okay. As a sole price, we would have to have a lot of discussion.
So Pat just walked back into the room. But I have a question. So Ron is saying that the imbalances may only be calculated once a year? Come. There's a seat right there if you want to just grab it.
Well, yes, there is an annual reconciliation process that goes on.
It's not on.
Oh, no. Okay, now it is. Sorry. But there are also, as we go through the year, we evaluate as where we are with respect to where we think we're going to be at the end of August, the end of the gas year. So there's some opportunities that the utilities have, or at least NYSEG RG&E, I guess I can't speak for the other utilities, when we're looking at our overall gas costs based on forecasted demand charges, which we pretty much know because we're under contract for, in many cases, still a number of years. And we evaluate those as they come up for renewal. But as we get through that, we kind of forecast where we think our costs are going to be. And then if it reaches a certain threshold, then we go through our management to try to determine, is there an opportunity because of the number of months left in the year, should we be returning if, let's say, we over collected? Because primarily, for example, we talked about the issues from the polar vortex of 2014, the winter 14-15, where we had all this, or 13-14 and 14-15, where we had all this long-term demand. Not necessarily so much in peaks, it was cold for a long period of time. That allowed the utilities, some utilities like NYSEG and RG&E, to over-recover, okay? Because we had higher throughputs based upon those rates, on our demand rates, so there was a point in time at which, as we were going through the process, our gas supply or charge process, where we go and set the rates for the following month, where we say, well, we've over-collected X many millions of dollars. Let's say $2 million. From that, we would make a determination based upon where we see the market as it is that day, or when we running our rates through, because everything that we do from at least NYSEG and RG&E's perspective, we pull in the forwards, we get the basis numbers, we know what our forecasts are going to be, and we try to estimate where we're going to be at the end of August.
That's my point. The point is that when you're filing January's gas adjustment recovery, that's an estimate of what you expect. That's my point. When you're filing January's gas adjustment, it's an estimate based on usually normal weather or what you expect to incur. How much you're going to withdraw from storage, you don't know.
Right. Once again, I can only speak for NYSEG and RG&E.
Yeah.
Okay, as we put our plans together, we allocate, we have plans at which we begin to withdraw storage. Obviously, we plan for what we call the cold stain 40 design day, and to make sure that we have the appropriate assets contracted for, not only for ourselves, but for the capacity that we release to the ESCOs to prepare for that coldest day. As we go through the winter, we may have to make certain adjustments because weather is colder than normal, which you may be drawing down unexpectedly storage a little faster than others, or in addition, you may also be applying more or buying more day-to-day gas to try to manage your contractual assets.
But that may not be in the original estimate. So you had to buy peaking supply. This is where maybe Mike upstate, maybe he's different. But downstate, where they're constrained, I know National Grid had to buy peaking supplies during the polar vortex winter, which they didn't originally have in the estimate, so that made them incur more. So you wouldn't have that originally because you don't know what the weather's going to be in the beginning of the month.
Right, and you don't know
Yeah,
when you establish for NYSEG RG&E, once again, when we establish our GSC, gas supply charge, for example, today we're filing for April. Actually, no, maybe it is today. Yeah, today we're filing for April. Or tomorrow. Okay. Anyways, relatively soon for April. There is a point in time at which we pull in the most recent NYMEX, where we are in our storage accounts, where we need to be in our storage accounts, obviously updated bases, and then we go through the calculations to figure out what is going to be that forecasted charge. Now, what happens after the fact is, as we manage throughout the month, we may be buying more or less flowing gas. We may be withdraw or maybe even be injecting, depending on the commodity of the price and the flexibility you have in your contracts. This year, unlike the previous two winters, I'm sure that there's going to be a number of utilities like NYSEG might be, or RG&E might be, where we probably undercollected our demand charges because we are 17, 18, 19% warmer than normal. Okay, so when you don't get that throughput going through and you still have those costs, at which point then you have to evaluate as you're going through the months of the winter, when do you really pull the trigger to seek an interim reconciliation? So it's not too large at the end of the year. We try to keep it within the same gas year so we don't have that cost shifting across multiple years. And in reality, we try to keep it within the month. But
I mean,
certainly
we had the
weather.
unfortunate circumstance in Con Ed where they let $1 slip over to the next year. So
Yeah, and I can't speak. I mean,
no, you can't, and I'm not blaming them. They probably did everything right, but they probably should have did some interim adjustments. So I'm just saying the point is that's an estimate.
Yeah, but may I just ask a question? Aside from those adjustments that would have to be kind of appropriately accounted for, from a purchase process and managing your expected load, in terms of assessing what the storage is, assessing what the normal weather would be like, and preparing for the uncertainties, whether higher or lower, for all intents and purposes, an ESCO would be doing the same thought process, I would imagine.
No,
Understanding the adjustments, the dollar sign at the end of the adjustments, the utility appears to have an option of like carrying it over and fixing it a subsequent month, whereas you might not have that luxury.
We don't have that luxury, so we can't build. Don't forget, we also get cashed out by the utility. The utility doesn't cash itself out. So we also, if it's colder, we're subject to cash out adjustments. So we don't really.
Explain what you mean by that.
Well, I mean that if the weather, you're given a certain specific amount to deliver every month, depending upon how the program operates. In the past, like Con Ed, you get release capacity for your average peak day month, not your peak day under the current system.
And the utility determines that?
They tell you how much to bring up. Now, if they're underestimating because it's colder, you're not bringing enough. At the end of the period, they reconcile what you brought up versus what the customers consumed. And if they consume more than you purchased, then you get subject to a imbalance charge, which is at the some proxy price, which is one of the zonal prices, which doesn't necessarily, as I said, reflect the cost incurred to serve because it could be served out of storage. So there's a disconnect there. So really the discussion we're having, and we don't have to whine about. We want to correct the inequities. The question is, it's not a fair comparison to compare ESCO price in any given month to the estimated utility price that they're estimating they may occur, and then they'll adjust it after the fact based on actual weather conditions and have the luxury of carrying it over to the next year. We don't feel that's the right proxy. We feel the proxy that we develop based on indexes on some synthetic method may be better, plus checking it versus what other people are offering, rather than turning the utility pricing mechanism into a synthetic one. That's all we're saying. We're just saying don't literally take the utility prices indicative of the price that should have been in effect for that month or after the fact. It's just an estimate of what. In other words, if you expect January to be normal, and all of a sudden it turns out to be very, very cold, and you estimate the cost of gas to be $3.50, it may turn out to be $4.50 because they had to buy peaking supplies. So you're going to compare me to $3.50. I had to pay $4.50 or even more. That's what's unfair.
Yeah, and where I was coming from is absent those adjustments that the utility has that you don't have in your toolkit, that's to me seems the way to do it. If we're looking at this on an annual basis, it seems that we can look at those numbers from a utility and develop that point of comparison.
I think we'll converge. If we do an index that's reasonably indicative of the market, I think we can converge on the two methods, that the utility price stripped aside of all the adjustments and a properly constructed synthetic index would converge.
Okay, and so if we go down this path for an index, Luann, I would suggest that we look at it in both ways, just as a point of comparison to have a data stream to see if in fact it does occur that way.
Wouldn't the utility price though contain all the hedges that the utility enters into that the ESCOs may not have?
But what prevents them from entering into a hedge? If they're are they prevented? Are they prohibited from doing that?
No.
And if not, why don't they? If that's their prerogative, if they can judge the market and figure out where to go, then
it's a hedge you win and tails I lose kind of thing.
And they're risk-free.
If they hedge and it's a favorable.
Please use a mic.
If they hedge and it's a favorable hedge, we still have to beat that price. If it's a hedge and it's a unfavorable hedge, we still have to beat that price. So there's no correlation between even if we don't hedge or we do hedge, we have to beat the price. If they guess right, there's no corresponding detriment to what the sales price, where the sales price goes.
But if you're entering into 3-year contracts with these residential small commercial customers, you wouldn't hedge a portion of that? And at which point it would be a similar situation as a utility.
It would be a completely different price because the utility is variable every single month. If we're in a 3-year sales contract with a customer, again, it's the same heads you win, tails I lose kind of scenario. If our price is actually stays below the utility price, we charge that customer the same price regardless. If our price goes up, or if the utility price goes up above our price, then we have to give back that money. So it's a different kind of product, and it's a very difficult way to make the comparison.
Now, if the utilities want to take some risk and they don't want a flow-through mechanism, then maybe we can revise the way the gas adjustment's done, but I doubt the utilities are going to want to do that.
Well, I don't really even think that's up to the utilities.
No, it's
Ron.
not.
It's up to the
Is this
commission.
different on
Well, they could
electric and
volunteer.
gas?
You're right,
Okay.
Luann.
Just to, so just since we seem to have returned to the idea of the utility as the reference price, I don't want to
And
forget.
again, we're just talking about options
Yeah,
here.
I don't want to forget what Matt White said in his presentation this morning, which is that I think we're just talking about actual supply costs, and I think we still take the position that there are other retail costs that are not included in the default price. I know, Mike, you said there are some, but I think this really gets to I think there's a fundamental difference in the way we look at the retail costs that we believe are still embedded in distribution costs versus the way the rate making takes place now, if it takes place at all. And New York is better than some places. In some places, there is no attempt whatsoever to reflect the cost of actually having a retail business, which is what default service is. It is a retail business. And in some states, there's no attempt to have those costs reflected in the default price. But I think the fundamental difference is, are you looking at it on an avoided cost basis, or are you looking at it on an allocated cost basis? And I know my company believes that the right way to look at it is on an allocated cost basis, which gives you a very different result from looking at it on an avoided cost basis. And to us, the analogy is, we compete with default service. There's no question about it. We compete with them on the same basis we compete with every other retailer in the market. And so we look at that as a little ESCO that sits, it's not actually a little ESCO. In the case of the residential market, it's the ESCO with 80% market share or 77% market share that sits in the utility. And we believe that just like, National Fuel Gas Resources, for example, gets an allocation from the utility for, facilities, billing, customer service, executive compensation, whatever, that they get an allocation. It's not on an avoided cost basis. It's on an allocated cost basis. We think it would also be appropriate to do default service pricing on the same basis, so that it's really a level playing field.
Yeah.
The MFC is calculated on an allocated. Yes. The MFC is calculated on an allocated basis. In other words, it takes the utilities cost, say, of credit and collections and allocates it between the utility or rather the delivery and the supply.
I think there's one caveat to that. I think the utilities are in this unenviable position of being half in and half out. When I was at the utility, that's all we talked about. We're half in, half out. It drives you crazy. I'm not sure they back all the call center costs out.
Yeah, I mean, if you're telling me that they, I don't think that they put those, if they were all really in there if all of those costs of having a retail business were in there on an allocated cost business, they would be putting a big chunk of their revenue requirement at risk. And I'm just, and again, I know we talked about this last time. I will be the first one to confess I need some further education on just what's in some of the merchant function charges, and what's not. So that would be helpful at some point for.
This has been an issue. We've so far covered performance bonds, some value-added services, and today we've covered a lot of ground, and yet this issue is kind of the heart of darkness of all of it. That just kind of keeps bubbling up, no matter the subject we address. So, I know that we at the last meeting we said that it probably wouldn't be the subject of discussion for this meeting, and yet it has turned into a big subject of discussion, and perhaps it might. Yeah, perhaps perhaps it merits a 2-day discussion of its own where everybody can come prepared and learn, because it sounds like our dispute is in some part on the facts here, and no matter what the metric we would ultimately benchmark upon, it seems like learning more about that would help, whether that impacts the metric or whether that impacts any of the other myriad issues, because as we've seen the last 2 meetings, it affects everything.
Okay, so
Suggest that probably when we do the proxy, we can probably account for any inequity in the merchant function charge by setting the factor right. I think revisiting a cost of service issue, this thing would make absolutely no sense because it's very subjective. I used to testify. I probably testified to the last back out credit for Keyspan, so I have some expertise on this. So I don't think if we spend 2 days here going through the nitty gritty of the MSC, it wouldn't be productive. But I think we should take it into account when we look at the precision of how we're going to set it. It's going to be 1.25% or 1.3 of the benchmark.
So we tomorrow we're
Or-
going
or-
to talk. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Or does a benchmark apply only to the supply piece of the utility supply rate and just let the MFC alone?
Right, but doing a cost of service seminar here, I think, would tie us up.
Well, I recognize that, but it's just it seems to merit some separate discussion rather than dominating every other discussion.
Okay, so let's do this. We're not going to have a discussion on MFCs tomorrow. We're setting up a couple more dates, and we could arrange to have maybe not a 2-day, maybe a half a day discussion from some of the utilities could present on it. Does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I put it out there for others to consider just because it's come up on everything. I don't have a request
Okay,
here.
in the meantime, there's a patiently waiting gentleman at the podium.
Adam Small from Major Energy. I just wanted to maybe get clarification or clarify a few things regarding benchmarking. You really have to separate variable and fixed for benchmarking. And for any fixed
That's
benchmarking,
what the plan is.
you can't benchmark a fixed rate against the utility because the utility doesn't offer a fixed rate.
Yep.
So we have to clear that up. And on top of that, you can only benchmark the rate given at the outset. You can't benchmark it 6 months later. Once that fixed rate was benchmarked as okay, that's
Yep.
good for the life of the fixed rate.
We get it.
Okay. And my last part was in terms of the variable and benchmarking it against the utility, as we've all really been speaking about. If we do IGS's idea of sort of looking at the whole industry and getting an average, I agree that the utility rate could be used as an average in there, pending all of us finding out about which part of that rate we should use, if not the entire rate.
Thank you. So just make sure we all understand there's a compliant variable product already that we expect once the stay is lifted that the ESCOs will be able to comply with. The other variable rate product would be a variable rate with a value added. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have to figure out how to benchmark that variable rate.
In terms of the green variable rate, which is available for electric, perhaps we could expedite the conversation on a green gas variable product, maybe using the EPA's formula.
Okay, that can be a subject for another discussion.
I know we started talking a bit about
Although,
dates.
I think we need our renewable people here. I don't think anybody in this building is really, focusing on green gas products. Go ahead.
Can I just, before you jump on the green product, I do think spending some time even on the 30% green product would have some value.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of issues kind of
The renewable electric product. Yep.
Yeah, provided that a half day discussing this issue specifically with people, coming specifically to to provide facts on it would be useful to others. Would that be something we might be able to schedule now? Or?
What are you talking about?
As in a half day to discuss the utility pricing specifically, the issues that we've kind of been at loggerheads here.
We've got some dates.
Mhm.
I'm happy to go over them with you tomorrow. I'm not prepared to do that right now.
Okay.
And really, the folks that we would need from the utilities aren't the folks that are generally attending these meetings. So the utilities are going to have to go back and see whether or not they can get the right people in the room for such a meeting. So, but we'll come up with some dates soon.
Thank you.
Again, you all know we're on a very expedited schedule, so.
Luann, this is Mike Nowak. I had a question on green gas.
Go ahead, Mike.
The person who's making the proposal, I would agree kind of like with what Luanna just said. It's difficult. When I think of green gas, the only example I could really come up with would be gas produced from a landfill, and biomass would be another example. And then it's a matter of what you would need to do to it to bring it up to the gas quality that would be necessary to burn in a standard appliance.
Yeah, I think, Mike,
But
you're talking about carbon credits, not landfill gas.
Right, and so that's what I'm questioning. I guess, are you saying you would buy enough carbon credits, and I'm presuming whatever you paid for them, you would sell the gas at a higher price to cover the cost of those credits? Is that basically your proposal?
My suggestion is that at present, since there is no other option for gas ESCOs other than the guaranteed savings, and we don't know whether the stay will be lifted if and when, that there needs to be another option out there. One option that has a government-supported metric behind it is carbon offsets. And the suggestion is basically to, at the very least, to give the gas ESCOs the same opportunity that electric ESCOs are getting through the 30% renewable. As far as what could constitute a green gas product, that is another discussion. I don't know about metrics that are related to landfill gas, and I would love the education. At this point, my suggestion is to follow the EPA formula in terms of carbon offset that's needed to reach that 30% number.
Okay, now is this an EPA proposal, or is this an actual EPA directive?
This
There's
is
a distinction.
EPA came up with a formula. I am not certain whether or not it's a proposal or a directive. It is perhaps through their education or just information that they're putting out to the public in terms of offering options on becoming green, utilizing carbon offsets. I'm happy to send it to you, and we can have another conversation about it offline.
So why don't you do that?
Okay.
Why don't you?
Yeah, and all I'm saying,
Mike, just give me a second. Why don't you send it so we can post it on our webpage? But I just want to clarify something. At this point, there are two qualifying items. It's the renewable and the guaranteed savings product. Sorry. The goal here is to identify other products. So I think gas ESCOs will have the same opportunity to provide energy-related value added, to provide fixed price. So we're not limiting the opportunities of gas ESCOs. We're just saying that at this point, we have a tracking system, and Ted's not here. He's the person who's most, and Tom Rienzo isn't here either. So, we don't know enough about this gas issue, and I think it'll take a while for us to get our arms around it. Go ahead, Mike. The meeting's over. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you all for participating.